cross your fingers, chance it all, throw it out, make some room for what we're building. All my life I've searched for just this. It's in your eyes and the setting sun. It's in your eyes and the rising moon. It's in your eyes and the ocean waves. It's in your eyes and you're here with I don't need recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great. Recognition. I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues. I'm in position. I'm staying up. It's getting late. You're doing good. I'm doing great. I know this life is right for me. I know the future's bright for me. I know my teachers lied to me. I do it for the ones that came before and nearly died for me. Recognition, I'm on a mission. I'm paying dues, I'm in position. I'm staying up, it's getting late. You're doing good, I'm doing great.
I keep myself in the dark, shadows watching over me, over me. You flick the switch, made a spark. From then on I wore my heart upon my sleeve. With you I bear all the scars. I was left with paper skin. You let me in a different home, broken start. Baby, where do I begin? I begin rising up, we touch the sky. Won't be promising that I won't ever let you fall. We could build a loaded stories high if we played a game, just you and I. Whoa, like a house of cards, house of cards. Hey, when it all comes crashing to the ground, we can start again and work it out. Like a house of cards, house of cards.
Hello once again and welcome to PokerStars Retro, aka James and Joe react to old poker. I am James Hartigan, he is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies, and I am already ready to react.
Fantastic. We did take a brief hiatus from our retro streams for Scoop 2021. Now we're back, and we're going to pick up exactly where we left off, midway through Season 2 of the Latin American Poker Tour. We're in the 2008-2009 era. The idea is we've got old shows from the archive. We have taken the original commentary off. Joe and I are re-commentating, providing a fresh perspective. And Joe, for us, it's an original perspective, right? Because we have not seen this content before.
Other than the clip I just watched so I could repost it, no, I don't think I've seen a single hand from any of this. Some of the players will be a little bit familiar. And when I say some, I mean like a couple possibly.
Yeah.
It's all going to be pretty brand new right off the dome.
I'm hoping that we do see some familiar faces. I hope we get to see some players who maybe I haven't seen in a while and maybe have forgotten about. So should be an exciting journey through the poker history archives today. It is going to be a long one, 2 events to cover. Joe is tanked up with coffee. RoboCup is full to the brim with caffeinated tea. So we will get through this together. And the moment that Joe just alluded to, an amazing hand that has everything is coming up later on. But we start, and I know everyone is eager, Joe, to actually watch some poker, but I kind of feel that we can't just get into it without providing context and without James's story time. And I want to thank StatTrick for putting together this summary of the event we are about to watch, which was the first and only ever Mexican stop on the LAPT. Now, I had to look up Nuevo Vallarta on a map. I discovered it's on the Pacific coast, direct west of Guadalajara, and by all accounts is an absolutely beautiful resort. Obvious place for the tour to go in December of 2008, and it was on the 5th of December that year that this event began. However, during the 9th level of play at around 10:30 in the evening, the Mexican authorities changed their mind. Having issued a gaming license, they decided, do you know what? Nah. They revoked the gaming license midway through the event and literally shut it down. All players were asked to leave the room. The federales put padlocks on the doors. No one was allowed back in. Understandably, it took several days for this to be resolved, but ultimately the decision was taken to cancel the event. I think at the point that play was suspended, 89 players remained. 89 remaining from the 242 entries. So each player who was left in received $5,000 from the prize pool, plus an additional $500 in compensation. And in addition, PokerStars then held a $50K free roll for those 89 players, which played down to a final table. And those 9 players were then invited to a different stop on the LAPT. I believe it was in Chile, Vina del Mar. But that event got delayed, so it wasn't until the LAPT went to Punta del Este in Uruguay in March of 2009 that these 9 players got to play for what was officially the LAPT Mexico title, but was really the conclusion of a $50K free roll that was a kind of compensation for an event that got shut down midway through.
So everyone got $5,000, an additional $500, and 1 free avatar change on the PokerStars client. You forgot to throw that in there too.
Actually, I should correct myself. So first of all, this was a $2,700 buy-in. At the point that it was shut down, they were already in the money. So that's why the 89 remaining were given $5K from the prize pool. The rest of the prize money was then distributed according to chip stacks. I would love to tell you some hilarious behind-the-scenes stories about this, but the reality is the team that we've worked with down the line, the TV crew who made these shows, it was a pretty scary experience for them and a very frustrating one because all their equipment was seized, and it took them days, if not weeks, if not months.
I think a lot of people, like the people in charge at the very least, stayed behind in Mexico to wait it out, to wait to see, didn't want to leave hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gear. So I'm pretty sure a couple people just sat there like twiddling their thumbs, waiting to see if they were going to get their stuff back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's been written about extensively by Brad Willis for the PokerStars blog. Dr. Paulie Shaw has also written a kind of retrospective piece about what happened. But, as I said, there was a distribution deal in place, right, for TV shows from this event. What's going to fill those slots? Answer, the final table of a free roll that started online and would conclude live. And as I just said, it was 9 players who were invited back to the LAPT event in Uruguay. And that's where we pick up the action with 9 players remaining. Average stack of 264,000. And it is Rory Cox from the USA who has the chip lead, more than $1 million as we get the action started. Are you ready to start, Joe? Shall we actually watch some poker?
I am totally down to watch some poker. Let's do it.
Okay, 50K free roll. Final table being played live. And there is the chip leader from San Francisco. Helen Prager.
Cool.
Martha Herrera, who seems to have an injured foot. Blinds 4,000, 8,000. Oh, there is a face I haven't seen for a while. One of the Brenners brothers, Alex Brenners. Hashtag fun fact, Joe, first ever poker event I covered, first commentary I ever did was the World Cup of Poker in 2005. Costa Rica won that event. Both Terence Chan and Alex Brenners were on the Costa Rican team.
Nice. I don't think I would recognize him otherwise.
Is that Victor
him I
Randon?
do. It sure is.
Go Victor, playing an online free roll and getting a seat at this final table.
I'm gonna re-raise 30,000.
You gotta raise it to at least 38.
That's right. 40.
I was going to say he's almost got a condescending look on his face already, and then he's just like, I guess just waiting to pounce on the raise size. All right, there's Mr. Mrs. Prager.
Absolutely, Josh Prager watching Helen from the row. Hey, it's Bolivar Palacios.
How much do you have? Like,
look, everybody.
300K, 200, 300K, 40,000.
Okay, fold it back around.
So Helen tried to re-raise below the minimum required. Rory Cox corrected her and is now facing this click back.
I'm on.
I assume, yeah, this kind of stressed out look is just for show. We know there's lots of situations where flipping with 5's totally fine. It's looking from her chip stack and the fact that she rate raised, she might be committed. She folds. Also could be fine. Not really sure what's going on there. Chip stack wise.
Josh, you do know the whole thing's being televised, right? You don't have to film it yourself.
James, he spent $900 on that camera. Let him use it.
Mini DV.
That, of course, being the Sony HDR XR 520V.
Rory picking up another strong starting hand.
19,000.
Ace, Jack of Spades. He's raised. Victor Randon folds 6-5.
Yep.
So this has been folded around to Leonardo Emperador. Best name ever.
Wow. Good old queen here for your boy, Brennis.
Well, if there's
Has
one
anyone
Brenners,
ever? Yeah.
if there's one Brenners at the table, I'm assuming that there will be other Brennerses in the vicinity, and one of them may have some plastic sharks.
Circling like sharks.
So we have gone three-way to this flop, and it does favour both Cox and Emperador. We've got top pair, top kicker versus a flush draw.
38,000. Calls.
I imagine we'll lose Alex Brenners at this point.
Leonardo, Emperor draw. Huh? Come on, guys.
240 more.
Even after all this?
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you've noticed, but Brenners is wearing his WPT bracelet.
By the way, even in 2009, still was not that cool to do.
I think I'm right in saying that all of the Brenners brothers, all three of them, Alex, Eric, and Umberto, all have won WPTs.
What about Harpo and Chico?
No, but they have won Heartland Poker Tour events. So, full house on the river for Cox. Emperador is bricked and is forced to fold.
Folds.
He's going to show it, right?
Shows the jack.
Loves showing it. You're gonna see it on TV anyway, kid.
Yeah. So these are the stacks of the 9 players. Confirmation, we've got Victor Ramden, Bolivar Palacios, Alex Brenners, Rory Cox, big chip leader. Oh my God, look at the discrepancy. 1.2 million for the chip leader, 270K for the second biggest stack. This event played in Uruguay in March of 2009, but officially the final table of an event that started in Mexico.
I mean, this was so funny because when I looked at the, the information sent across, it says LAPT Nueva Vallarta, December 2008 through March 2009. I'm like, what? That is the longest poker festival I've ever heard of.
I think the funniest part is that they were meant to play the final table of this free roll in Chile in January of 2009, but that got delayed as well.
Mm-hmm.
2 cards.
Two cards. Love that answer. By the way, Victor Ramden is from not too far from here, at least in the scheme of the world. Victor is from Guyana.
Ace queen? No, one pair. One pair. Okay. King queen.
Sandwiched right next to Venezuela in South America and Suriname.
Nice glass trophy. Looks like it could do some damage if it came into contact with your skull. Stephen Thompson from Costa Rica.
$25.
He's going to raise it to 25,000 with pocket fives. Blind still 4-8. There he is. There's Umberto railing his brother.
Wait, they're brothers? I thought they were father and son.
Roll around to the right.
Another huge hand for Rory. Pocket nines.
Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing.
What do you have?
105, 107.
Surrounds the blinds. Looks like they are folding.
I love Stephen Thompson was like, can you shave a spade into my head, but can you also make it look like it's blowing in the wind?
Thompson calls the re-raise.
How much did you
I
get
have
behind?
57 behind.
Okay.
I just call.
You just called.
I just call, yeah. ¿Está bien? Estoy haciendo una locura, pero si tengo que foldar, foldeo. Te lo juro.
Set of fives.
That's nice. Really dicey for nines too, with having an overpair here. This is just.
Check.
Hey, maybe things are gonna get real heated. There's already something
Oh, no,
about
that's
Cox.
so bad. You set mine. So bad.
Trio de cinco.
What's bad for him?
So bad.
Yo no podía, ya estoy harto de que esté. A todo el mundo le está empujando, mae. Yo ya no yo me
You
cansé.
can't set mine there. You don't have odds.
A todo el mundo le está empujando, Alex. Yo me cansé, mae. Por eso le pagué.
Ese es el primer gancho. Ahora después
He
siguen
did set
seguiditos.
mine and he hit a set, so
All right, see the turn card, please. Jack of hearts on the turn.
It's a terrible play.
oh, get over it.
Yes!
Double up for Thompson.
Baby.
Yeah.
Going to double up here.
You could just tell from Cox's body language in that first hand that he's just waiting to criticize people. Like the way he leaned toward Prager like that was just like, yeah, what is it?
Oh, the thing is now he's doubled that guy up, Joe. He's now only got 1.1 million rather than 1.2 million.
Oh, no. Like, it's really hard to have condescending body language, but somehow he pulls it off.
Victor, not in my blind.
Victor rammed in, shoving with ace-6 of diamonds.
No, not in her blind.
Queen-9 of diamonds for Alex Brenners.
I don't know, that seemed like a pretty early shove to call it off with Queen-9 of diamonds.
Victor's hardly got any chips.
36,000 more.
Yeah, like Victor's playing 5 big
Oh,
blinds.
it's like 5 big blinds?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's on you, right? In the big blind, like you just got to do it here. I guess it depends on your stack. Like if you have 8 big blinds, maybe you
It's
fold.
not a good hand, but I like my hand.
I don't mind the call. I love the action.
36 more, huh?
Yep. I'll give you a discount, 35.
He does fold it.
Oh, hey, breathe, man.
I had it, man.
I know it's not a big hand, I know.
I can't tell you how many. Oh, there's Brad Willis in the back
my
there.
Queen 9 was good.
I wonder if the shark is hungry. So Alex Brenners, the reigning LAPT Player of the Year. Season 1 not televised. Camera started rolling at the start of Season 2, and here he is at the final table of this LAPT Mexico, in inverted commas, event.
I'm so glad you say it wasn't televised because I was like, how do I not remember him winning Player of the Year?
Blinds are 5,000, 10,000. Jack 6 of diamonds for Victor. And he's all in again.
Victor's going to move all in.
His favorite card is the 6 of diamonds.
Alan Prager with ace 7.
That one is a lot
Oh,
harder
you're
to
in
fold
deep
for just a
trouble,
couple of
man.
big blinds.
Do I have a lifeline?
Jack 6.
Life card's dangerous in this type of
Everybody had a
situation,
jack
though.
on this side.
I had a jack.
Jack, Jack, and Jack.
Thanks for the information, folks.
All the jacks are out.
I'm sorry, Helen.
How about some diamonds?
Well, there's either going to be an ace on the desk or it's always coming 7. I don't fancy Victor's chances here. There's the 7.
You got so many backdoors.
Oh, 4 hearts,
You got so many
10 diamonds, 7
Diamonds.
hearts, a pair,
5 diamonds on
sevens.
there. 5.
Victor's looking for a jack at this point, I guess. Maybe a 5, who knows?
Look at
Wow,
Victor.
that-
He's so good. He just knows all of his
Still got
backdoor
one jack
outs. It's
inside.
crazy. For 2,000 time.
Getting up.
No backdoors now.
Get clubs on the turn. Victor's gonna need to see a jack.
Did he say no jack off?
Didn't we establish that all the jacks were folded?
And let's go ahead and see the river card.
Well, only 3 of them were folded.
A king,
Good match.
GG, Victor. First player out
Good match, everyone.
from this final table. And from the prize pool of this 50K free roll, gets $1,000 for his 9th place finish.
Congratulations, Victor.
30 Helens agree. You played that hand perfectly.
So now 8 players remain. Rory Cox still chip leader with 1.1 million. Second biggest stack is Helen Prager with 382K.
James, you know, obviously with the benefit, you know, tragedy, comedy equals tragedy plus time, right? So with the benefit of this having happened, even this redo tournament more than a decade ago,
Yeah.
you know, we goof a little bit about it being shut down by the federal rallies, but I would have to imagine that for all the people that traveled to take part in these things, you're probably like eyeballing the door, right? Like every day you're just like waiting for it to happen again. It was probably pretty stressful to go back. You know, not that it's Mexico again, but just in general, you probably have that little bit of a trigger warning. Oh.
¿Cuánto es que tienes?
I think it's probably very different.
Bye, Alex.
Different country, different environment, and a resort that's already hosted the LAPT in the past.
Yeah.
Cannot touch it, bad boy.
Take yours, okay? Okay.
Cinco.
Can I pray like you? Does it work?
500.
Do we know what Alex Brenners is tanking with here?
Tell me what
I
you
haven't
have,
seen
and
it.
I tell you if you should call or not.
Oh, no.
Alex folds.
50 y algo.
Well, Emperador is calling, and it's Domination Nation in Martha Herrera's favor.
No, 8. Put 2 kings. 2 kings, 2 kings, 2 kings, 2 kings.
2
¿Qué
kings.
tenía? Ah, qué bueno.
Martha,
¿Qué tenías, Alex?
don't call for outs while you're
Give me
ahead.
your hand.
Ace of hearts.
Give me good luck.
Ace of clubs. King of spades.
Oh, now you want him to touch you.
Bien.
10 of diamonds. 4 clubs.
Deuce.
Hearts. 10.
Put a king, put a king. Un rey, no.
Martha.
King. Queen.
And the river card.
Queen.
It's a 5. Ace, king holds, and that is a double
Alex, por
up.
poco paga con A5 y me hubiera sacado.
Oh, Martha's daughters are on the rail. Awesome.
Ay, qué bueno que no
That is
pagaste.
cool.
Ya tengo 2 vueltas más. No, ya tengo para ganar. Uf.
Oof, that I understand.
So Martha Herrera now playing just shy of 120K. Leonardo Emperador becomes the short stack. Rory still the chip leader. Blinds 5-10. Ace Jack for Stephen Thompson.
35.
Does not like his card protector.
Ace hack.
Oh, pocket rockets for Bolivar Palacios.
I would just like to remind everyone that even in 2009, blockers weren't real.
Atrapame. Ahí sí no me habla, ¿no?
I really want to see Rory Cox give Bolivar Palacios a hard time for set mining with aces here.
Well, interestingly, Thompson has flopped the ace-high flush draw. Palacios shoves the flop.
I call.
Thompson calls with the draw.
No getting away from this. 2 whole chances to make the nut flush.
Haces contra, haz jota mío. Suerte, mana. Trébol, Maya.
Pretty gross spot with aces to have only 62% equity.
Trébol, Tulio. Trébol, Tulio. Okay,
Much
a
rather
10
be up against the queen,
10
no
or a club. 10 or a club.
We're still saying no 10, no club, happy man. And the queen of spades.
Aces hold.
Bien, pana.
Look, everyone, it's Bolivar Palacios. Oh, wow. Stephen Thompson
No, man, but
running on vapor now.
Que Lastima is like the Spanish equivalent of when will it end?
Tojo asks, what was the buy-in? This is actually a free roll. A compensatory free roll for the players affected by the cancellation of LAPT Mexico. The free roll started online with 89 entries. A $50,000 prize pool. They played down to the final 9, and then those 9 players were invited back to LAPT Punta del Este in Uruguay to play down to a winner.
A6 shove over the open. Again, it's hard to know the exact dynamic of all these various chip stacks and positions, given that we don't have all the information all the time.
No puedo, me pueden estar pescando. Ay, Dios. No, te lo dejo a ti. Ya no puedo pagar. Vos sí vas a pagar. Lógico. Queen a 5.
Voy ganando. A 6 contra J10. Bien, pana. ¿No?
So Thompson,
Once again.
no real shock that he's all in.
I'm the one putting the action on the table, man.
Action Thompson, that's what they call him.
And the flop comes down.
There's the ace, come on. Otra roja, ma. Hay un dos, otro dos.
So we got deuce, ace, 9. Stevens pulled ahead. He's made a pair of aces now. That makes some kind of runner here.
Yes.
Deuce
Yes, yes, yes.
It is over
Ya.
on the turn,
Yes, te
and
lo dije, la mejor
Thompson
carta, ma.
doubles up and survives.
All right, aces and deuces is going to win it.
Manager.
And after that, I don't think Stephen Thompson is the shortest stack anymore, despite being in the hyper danger zone just a moment ago.
I mean, everyone kind of feels like they're in the danger zone. Even the chip
Es que me
leader.
dolía mucho desteñírmelo.
¿Lo traías teñido?
Lo hice desteñido. Para el de Chile me
Pretty
desteñí
sure I have
blanco,
that
blanco,
exact
me hice
same
una espada
card
negra atrás,
capper.
Pero me dolió demasiado.
Why on
Somewhere
earth would you
in
have
my
that?
office.
It's bloody horrible.
It is horrible. That's why I have it.
Leonardo Emperador is now the short stack, 76.5K. Rory Cox still.
I have a very similar one. I'm gonna grab it real quick, and we can look at it on the when we go back on camera.
By the way, Joe,
I spotted it.
Just to put things in perspective, the chip leader has 100 bigs plus. He's fine. He's not short.
Oh, okay. Well, everyone else is in big trouble.
Ok, llegó el momento, all in.
Well, now it's Alex Brenners who's all in. Bolivar Palacios opened with Queen Jack of Hearts. Brenners shoves with Ace King of Hearts.
He's made it 26,000 to go. Alex has moved all in. Or he's folded, the ball's folded, now it's folded.
And I wonder if Palacios is actually priced in here.
Vamos que.
Juguemos. Enséñeme, yo le digo si están bonitos.
¿Puedo enseñar? ¿Puedo enseñar mi carta? Está all in.
Si la enseñas, se acaba ya.
76,000. It's pretty close.
Vamos, para que la vean y es bien. Y ese, te ganaba esta mano, uff, lejos.
Yo para que se tranquilice, se las enseño a la cámara y se las enseño a usted.
You don't want to mess with the season 1 poi.
Umberto looks stressed.
I mean, for Umberto, I guess. I don't know if he's ever really been stressed.
Just strange not to see him smiling and mugging to the cameras.
Yeah.
Brenner's all in again, this time with nines. Well, apparently, Pavel Naidenov is at this final table. Don't know where he's been all this time.
He's been here the whole time?
He's going to go all in. One's folded.
Naidenov.
Como 120
Naidenov
más o menos, 100 por ahí.
Calls it off.
Facing the nines and off.
Well, looks like everyone else is folded. It is a coin flip, and Alex Brenners is covered by Naidenov. He's the at-risk player, but marginal favorite with the pocket pair.
Ojalá se asca.
Wow.
Oh, wait a second. Sorry. Like rum chata versus voodoo cream liqueur. One of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
Always an ace on the desk. Looks like we're going to see a Brenners bust out here. Two outs, needs a 9 on the river. Oh, we're down to 7 players. It's a 4 on the river. Alex Brenners out in 8th place, cashing for $1,500. 7 remain.
Did you know rum chata was invented in 2009?
I didn't. That is a hashtag fun fact.
Seems like it's been with us forever.
The 6,000, 12,000 blind level. Queen Jack of Diamonds for Stephen Thompson. Pocket jacks for Bolivar Palacios.
Bolivar moves all in.
Sorry, did you say overcard Palacios?
Makes this easy.
I got a call.
All right, Steven's going to call.
I don't care.
Count it down. Let's count down Steven.
I call.
Thompson has survived every all-in thus far, but this one,
La queen. I got a queen.
this could be it.
Good luck, my friend. You are going to need it.
Vamos, chamo. 2 diamantes y la queen.
Queen.
¡Ahí está! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos, Mar!
Lorena es aquí.
Cállense,
Spade
cállense.
on the turn for
Cállense.
Whoa.
It's never easy, right?
Thompson has to fade a spade on the river.
I know.
Close.
Yes!
Black card, but the club. And Thompson doubles up again.
All in hand.
9 of yes.
La leíto. Gracias, te la devolviste. Qué duro.
Okay, Rory's got the button now.
Playing for that LAPT trophy. 7 remaining. Bolivar Palacios now short with 62,000.
No 69 for Cox.
Hacemos.
I raise.
Me salgo de uno y me dejan al otro.
34,000.
Thompson again. Again in the mix.
All in, all in.
Palacios all in.
Tengo que pagarte. Aquí no.
Ace 5 still in pretty good shape against King Queen. Well, there goes an ace.
Doesn't need to hit, just needs to fade kings and queens.
No, tengo que mandar all-in.
Pago, pago. Aquí está.
Well, Thompson's called and Palacios is at risk.
Vamos, voy ganando, voy ganando. Vamos, vamos. Vamos, chamo.
Needs to hit a live card to stay alive.
Flop rings.
Bien, bien. Vamos, vamos.
Doesn't feel good, does it, when this
All right, see the turn.
all these numbers hit the board?
Yeah.
Bien!
And that seals the deal. Ace on the turn and Bolivar Palacios, eliminated in 7th place, gets $2,000 from the prize pool. And we are down to 6 players.
Digo, igual él tiene que pagar igual con el Queen AJ.
And when we're talking about the sums of money these players are cashing for in this event, I think it's worth remembering that they've already received significant amounts of money from the event in Mexico that got cancelled. Just a reminder, at the point that that event was shut down, at the event that play was terminated and the event permanently cancelled, all of the 89 remaining players received 5K from the prize pool, plus the rest of it was then chopped by Chip Stack at the time, plus they got $500 in compensation. This is a 50K free roll on top of that that will also decide the champion. And here's the thing, Joe, this is an idea, this is a format that I don't think has ever been replicated since. The idea that we can't have a live main event for whatever reason, but we need to have a main event champion. So let's play the event online, and then when it's down to the final table, down to the final 9, let's invite them somewhere live so they can play it out to win the title and trophy. It was a 2009 era idea that will never be repeated ever again.
I don't know why you're saying it like that, because doesn't this idea get brought up like semi-regularly? Of
It's
like, hey,
literally never been done since. There has to be a winner of the LAPT Mexico main event, and it's going to be one of the 6 players remaining as we get back to the action from Uruguay. I know it's confusing, right? We're talking about an event which is a Mexican title taking place in Uruguay, but just go with it.
Oh, there we go. We're starting to collect some autographs just from the Brenni so far. Let's get some more on there.
$40.
40.
I was going to make it 40,000. You got how much folded?
Man, this is, who knew there was another Naidenov? Where's Simeon at? You think the Naidenovs are like the Greenwoods of Bulgaria?
I don't know what with the Brenners is and the Naidenovs.
Yeah.
They can handle all these poker dynasties.
Also poker dinosaurs.
I'm all in.
Roy moves all in.
The nonchalant shove from the chip leader.
Oh, man. Yeah, let's gamble. I call.
Oh, shit.
So about to go all in.
I think I need to. Well, let's see. We got a pair.
Oh, this would be amazing.
A pair? Got a pair too.
You set mining?
They don't want to show the cards?
Yeah, wow.
No.
I have 5s. Really?
What? Why don't you just turn your cards over, dude?
2 outs 5 times. 20%.
What's actually happening here? Oh, now the cards are on their backs.
Flops come down. 3 of spades, ace of spades, 10 of hearts.
2 4 spades.
2 6s of ball are still in the lead.
Looking good for Naidenov.
Put 5 to 5 only. River card, please.
6 is hold, and Pavel Naidenov doubles up through the chip leader.
Give him the rub down, Cox. Terrible play with 6s.
Naidenov close to 500,000 chips. Pretty certain. Yeah, Rory Cox still well over $1 million.
Wow. So blinds are
8-16.
8-16. Okay, thank you. There they are. Hi. My guess, James, too, and correct me if I'm wrong, or you may not know the answer, is that in addition to the 5K, the chop by chip, the 50K free roll here, my guess is that everybody also is on a free trip, which is pretty cool.
Say that that is probably fair to assume. And look, I guess the fact they're all down there means they'll play the next LAPT event. Plus, you know, the fact, I do like the idea they felt that they deserved to be a champion of that event, right? There should be someone who is officially the LAPT Nuevo Vallarta champion.
Yeah.
29 more.
I did admire the tenacity of the company back then. They were like, we are going to do this. We don't care how much money we have to throw at it. We're going to have our LAPT Nueva Vallarta champion.
And we're never taking the tour back to Mexico again.
Right.
Pusiste una de más, ¿no? Perfecto.
How much do you have? You have like 300?
I got nothing. I'm just in this spot.
Still have money.
No, pero me está preguntando.
Oh, good point.
Ya
Good
van a
point. Good
tirar.
point.
Pensé que te preguntaba de fichas.
Discussing the hand. All right.
Jesus.
Flop.
Okay, looking good for Martha. We have got action on the side.
Ten of spades, ace of diamonds, 4 diamonds.
Yeah, I would hate for this to turn ugly for her.
65, 70, 76.
Oh no. Trip tens for Nidenov.
He's trying his best not to react to that card, but he is so happy. Oh no. Oh, you're just gonna feel so good about that king too.
Yeah.
River brings a king of spades. Steven checks.
It's really too bad too, because Thompson probably could have gotten Nidenov to fold a 10 on the flop.
Well, let's go that 50,000.
Nidenov bets into the side pot. She knows.
Yeah.
She knows.
Yeah.
You got a 10?
Falls to 50.
Thompson pays it off with aces and tens with the king kicker. Martha Herrera with aces and kings is eliminated.
Increíble, va.
Tens.
Nidenov up over 780k.
That was like a 300K pot, right? What was that pot?
A Jota. Es lo mismo. Usted me gana el flop. I had ace jack. She would have killed it even way, but he gets a
What?
10.
That was
Ace jack.
because you let him. You let him.
She's not wrong, but I don't think there's any other way to play that really. Those are just awkward situations. You know, you're really supposed to check it down and let exactly what happened happen.
Well, Martha Herrera eliminated in 6th place, cashing for $3,000. Now 5 players remain, and still the huge chip lead for Rory Cox. Pavel Nidenov, we just saw there, also has a decent stack. Everyone else is on the short side. Blinds at 10,000, 20,000.
I think she played it fine, James. I don't know why you keep saying it was her error.
Vamos a ir en esta. No es tan buena, pero está conectada.
I don't know. How many lives does this cool cat
Me quedan
Thompson
28
have?
mil, güey. Está conectada.
He's got La Connectar of the non-suited variety. Cox in with 8-6 of diamonds. Nidenov with 7-3 offsuit. Okay, 2009 era poker. Let's do this.
2,000 for you,
22 has been called by Rory.
Allen's in as well, and we're going 4 way to the flop. Thompson all in. Potential action on the side.
All right. If he survives this, he's got to win the whole thing.
Qué buena. Esa es buena. Es buena, vamos.
Of course, it's the 7-3 that flops best.
I mean, there's still a whole bunch of ways Thompson can win this.
Oh, 7-3 was
Vamos.
folded. Cox bet got 2 folds. He
Even
is ahead
more
right
ways.
now with a pair of 6s.
Vamos,
Yeah,
vamos.
even more ways for Thompson to win this. Plus seeing Cox blast off.
La K también.
A king wins at 2 now, right?
Vamos,
You can hit a
Sofía.
king. You can hit a king.
Thompson
I
wins.
can get a king, a 10, a 9, or
Yeah.
an 8.
There you go.
But crucially, he still needs to hit.
Yeah. I've just liked his vibe this whole time, Thompson. He's just been a lot of fun.
I hated his card protector, and I'm not sorry to see him go. Stephen Thompson out in 5th place, $4,000.
What I liked best about him is that when
Good game, buddy.
Cox was giving him the rub
That's
down
the hand you wanted me to turn over.
over the
Right?
set of 5s,
Perfecto flop.
totally.
Perfecto flop y
Totally
el 6 de él es
ignored it.
perfecto.
Cox back up over 1.2 million. Better than a 2-to-1 advantage over Pavel Naidenov, who's second on the leaderboard. Leonardo Emperador is the shortest stack with 4 remaining.
All in.
Owen moves all in.
Good luck.
It's 100.
Moose hasn't called yet. That's good.
And this is like
He called Cox a moose?
half.
I think so.
You have over
Moose Cox.
200,000.
Yeah, something like that. Okay.
Good one.
Away, Helen! Don't let Lindsay come.
Ooh, scared.
I think Josh Prager maybe having a little of the old imbibe, maybe drinking a little bit on the rail there.
Okay, we established that Emperador was the shortest stack. He's all in now with King 8. And quick call from chip leader Rory Cox, who's got queens.
Man, this is really all about the Cox, isn't it?
I have queens. Oh, you can see. You can't see it. I have queens. He has king 8.
All right, Roy.
Good luck, buddy.
All right,
Yep.
Rory has
Thank you.
turned over 2 queens.
3K.
3-8. 3-8.
Ahí está el 8. 3 y
Flop
5,
comes
8.
down. 10 and 9.
Why would you call for the ocho rather than the king?
Ka 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 ka.
Help to Leonardo. The 2 queens are still way out in the lead. Let's go ahead and see the turn card. Ace of diamonds.
I kind of like calling for the 8.
Turn. Still no
It's just, you know, it's not greedy. Just give me something. Give me a
cards,
fighting
one time.
chance.
5%.
Needs the king.
Only 2 more people to bust if there's no king.
7%. What an idiot.
Needs the king. All right, let's see the river card.
No king
game,
on the
buddy.
river, and Emperador will be shown the door out in 4th place. That is worth $5,000.
Congratulations.
3 now remain. And Rory Cox remains chip leader with close to 1.5 million
That's
chips.
unlucky for him.
I know that when you're in Rory Cox's position here, you really feel like you are owed the title.
Yeah. I mean, we established that he came into this final table as chip leader, has not surrendered that advantage throughout. And now he's taking on Naidenov, 5-4 versus King 3. And it is 2 pair for Cox, the flush draw for Naidenov.
This is crucial. Can you fade this? This would be a pretty big swing. I mean, we know Cox has a much bigger lead over 9-off than it looks like if you look at their 2 stacks, which look almost even. But this would still be a pretty big swing if 9-off doubles through him.
Re-raise.
Roy's announced re-raise.
Get your chips in.
Yeah, it's really hard to be beat right now. There's a million things that can call it off against you. Lots and lots of bad turn cards.
Yeah, I'm gonna win.
Call.
All in and a call. 2 pair against the flush draw. 2-1 advantage for Cox. Naidenov needs to hit, or we are going heads up.
Again, our props right.
We don't want spades.
Time, baby. Get lucky.
Roy's all in.
5 on the turn.
5 would be nice. Good luck, man.
Good luck.
All right, I'm liking this friendliness here.
Third card brings the 3 of hearts.
Okay. Naidenov might do this the hard way.
He's picked up some more outs now. He's got 1 pair. See the river card.
Boom, ship it.
Brings the deuce of clubs.
Ship it
Good game, buddy.
indeed.
Good game, really good game. Have a safe game.
Naidenov eliminated in 3rd.
Good luck.
2 pairs gonna take this
Receives $7,500 and heads up for the win.
third place finisher.
It is going to be Helen Prager
luck.
versus Rory Cox.
How cool.
And yes, Magic Feet 94, you have hit the nail on the head. Yes, this is a Mexican tournament that got cancelled halfway through and then got played in Uruguay. And yes, Fishing for Fishies via Chile. You could not make it up.
Well, Rory Cox with a 7-1, 6.5-1 chip lead over Helen Prager. I'm willing to give Rory a pass on some of the more, I don't know, some of the more
Douchey.
tapping the glass type behavior from the first episode. Hopefully this heads up match is a little bit more fun, a little bit more,
So
a little bit less competitive.
Magic Feet's follow-up is, how can you withdraw a gaming license halfway through a major tournament? That is an excellent question. And if you want to pose it to the Mexican gaming authorities, I'm sure they will ignore it. 6-5-4 on the flop.
You know, someone must know what happened. Someone who worked at PokerStars back in the day must have a theory
All in.
as to why.
Really?
Helen Prager shoves the flop with the worst of it.
It's really tough to fold a 6 here, especially with all the chips. Even if he doubles her up once, it's not a huge deal. I've kind of really enjoyed the amused support of Josh on the rail.
I just got top pair.
Okay, Rory's gonna call the all-in, correct? Rory has called.
Rory does call,
gotta
and he
draw.
is a
Good
2-1
luck.
favorite
You can
to
get there, you
win
can get there.
the LAPT trophy.
That's good, honey. You got him. What, you like you get a 5, a 7, an 8?
I love the fact that Beard Up Josh is just trying to work out the outs. Oh, 7 on the turn.
So now, all right,
Eight.
let's go ahead and see the river card.
Cox would take a chop right now. No chop. Allen doubles up.
Hand the straight.
5 minutes. Good hand, very good hand.
Okay, I like it. Good. All right, I'm into it. Not that my approval means anything, but I'm glad to see a more sports personship.
Yeah, I'm going for the title.
King Deuce versus 8-5. That was our hand last time, right? 8-5?
Yeah. It wasn't a 7 that did it last time also?
No. It's not going to happen twice in a row. What is Rory doing?
Top pair.
Well, looks like he's just calling with top pair.
You don't have to be graceful about it.
Oh my God, it's 7 again. No, you are kidding me.
And like absolutely no shot Cox can ever get away from top pair, let alone top pair with the flush draw.
How utterly ridiculous.
Come on, man. Two straight.
Clearly they were onto this whole always coming 7 thing in Latin America long before we knew about it in Europe.
How? I mean, I assume in real life this wasn't back-to-back hands. So silly. You just gotta play 8-5 the rest of your life.
9 of
And the
clubs.
river card, please. Comes off with the jack of diamonds.
Good hand.
Did have to fade the club on the river. Gets another double up. How has that changed things? Well, it's near enough close to even now.
I don't know where they took that shot from, but Helen's breathing pretty hard there.
Lines 15,000, 30,000.
Well, what goes around with 7s comes around with 7s.
King 10 is Helen's hand.
Helen's gonna move all in.
Wow.
I just got 7s.
She shoves and
Coin
gets
flip.
called, and we are off to the races. Flip that coin.
7. Please.
Oh
7.
no. Yeah, I went all in.
Call or no?
8 call, he had 7s. I have king 10.
Yeah, honey, if you win this, you're a big time. Big time shit.
If 7s hold, we have a winner.
I hate coin flips.
So perfect. This is a great situation for you, honey.
Hitting coin flips is something we can all get behind.
What are you doing?
All right, there we go.
Let's just watch
A
all
little
10
affection
things.
for both teams.
Moose.
Josh seems pretty excited that this could all just come down to a flip.
10 high flop, and Helen is now a 9-1 favorite.
Turn card brings a ace of diamonds.
Josh looks so drunk.
Okay, good. I'm not the only one who thinks that.
No, 7 on the river. That is not just a double up for Helen Prager. She now takes the chip lead. She now has the huge advantage over Rory Cox. 2 million chips for Helen. And Rory Cox down to 607K.
Wow.
But
I think it's
let's
600 to 2 million now. So she's 3 to 1 now.
but worth highlighting, Joe, that
There's
the
one more,
blinds are
yeah.
huge and
Yeah.
they are relatively shallow at this point.
I mean, if Rory doubles up now, then they're practically dead even again.
King 8 versus 8-3.
Ball, checks.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Both flop and 8. Alan Prager's got kicker problems.
All in.
I just don't think Cox is doing this with a total air ball very often. He's probably not doing it with a 4 that often either. So your 8 is kind of worthless at this point, I think. I think this is a fold. Like, there aren't a lot of draws out there, right? Like, what? It's not like Cox is going to do this with
No.
5-6. Or, I guess.
8 or 8-3. Okay.
Well,
Please
she
hold.
made the call.
Please.
Yeah.
All right, Helen, call.
Oh, poop.
9-10, right?
I'm
So
crazy.
the only hand you're
Get it,
hoping for there is
8.
9-10. And even then, you're not doing great against it.
You could have had 8 deuce.
He could have had 8 deuce, you're right. Pocket 7s.
That's a good card.
Turns a 9 of clubs.
That is a very good card for
2
Cox.
outs.
That
Thank
is
you,
going to
God.
be a double up for Rory Cox. And now
A pair of 8s with the key.
we are close to even Stevens.
Good hand.
You're welcome.
Oh, man.
Helen still with the chip advantage. But if we fast forward to the other side of the commercial break, it is dead even.
Wow.
Just the slight lead, slight advantage for Helen Prager.
Is it time to just get all jammy pre-flop? Not quite yet.
If in doubt, move all in. Ace, king, jack on the flop. Rory Cox near enough a 4-1 favorite.
The one thing I don't think Prager's got going for her at this point is that she's used to turning straights. I think taking a stab here is totally fine. Heads up, it's entirely possible your opponent missed all of this.
Yeah.
Once you get called, though, it's really hard. See, that's not really a good card for you.
No.
I don't think.
No.
Improves your hand, but is very likely to have also improved your opponent. Or you were already losing. Okay, all right. Play on, players.
So I think after that hand, Joe, that pot would have been significant enough to give Rory Cox the chip advantage once again.
That seems right. I would agree with that. I don't like how we're not getting information about Rory's rail just because they're not married.
Ace 10. And I guess Rory's raising.
Raise.
Yeah.
He's going to raise. Total of 72,000.
Blind's still 1530. He's made it 72,000. Helen with King 7.
All in.
Wow.
Oh.
Big all in. Snap call by Ace 10. Helen Prager does have live cards,
Please
but
win this.
Rory Cox the favorite to win.
Is that true? Yeah.
This would be a pretty frustrating one for Rory Cox to lose. Not just the hand, the tournament. You know,
It's so
this
stressful.
is.
If I could just win a flip. I should hit a flip.
For 972,000.
Yeah, I feel you, buddy.
Ace of spades, 10 of spades, ace 10 of spades. And Helen has king of hearts, 7 of diamonds. So we got ace 10 versus ace 7.
Well, this is going to be hard to come back from.
Jack, eight.
Helen Prager down to 4% equity after that ace high
diamond.
flop.
4 of diamonds. Wait, 3 of diamonds. My mistake.
Flop top pair.
She's got a lot of backdoors.
Wait, no, 6 of spades. No, wait, jack of clubs. Wait, no, 4 of hearts. 4 of hearts. I meant 4 of hearts.
It is over on the turn, and we have a winner.
That was so
Officially,
hard.
Rory Cox is the winner of the LAPT Mexico
game.
main event.
Excellent
Helen
game.
Prager, the
Battle.
runner-up.
Whoa, that's the longest heads up I've ever played.
Cox.
Helen gets $11,000. Rory gets $15,000. Plus, he
That
gets
is
the main event
seriously the
trophy.
hardest heads up I've ever played. Very good game.
Jacks to Rory.
Yeah, I kind of fell apart in the end. I
Our
think
champion.
I should just kept pushing on you.
Great battle. Great battle.
I am a Helen Prager fan, let me tell you.
Oh, poop.
Oh, poop.
Ah!
Poop. Thanks for watching.
He's our champion here, the Mexican champion.
Gosh, that was hard. It was so stressful. You made me go bald. I had an afro when this started.
I warmed to Rory Cox as that event went on. A bit
Yeah.
like you, Joe. At the start, I'm a bit like, this guy has the propensity to be a bit annoying, but actually, he seemed quite charming towards the end. Very happy for him, and officially an LAPT champion. Just to summarize, that event that started in Mexico in December of 2008, cancelled midway through, players compensated, a free roll then held online, which played down to the final 9, and 9 then played down to a winner in Uruguay a few months later, and Rory Cox is the official winner of that event. So now we actually move on to the actual Uruguayan LAPT event. So this is Punta del Este. I don't know about you, Joe. I've heard so many stories about this place, and apparently it is amazing.
I've heard nothing about it, but this whole LAPT in general, I've got a lot of FOMO about it. You know, it's a part of the world I've always wanted to visit. I've been there very infrequently. I think technically, I don't think I've ever been to South America. Panama is Central America, right? So that's the
Correct.
only stop we've ever been to. So I'm excited to see. Maybe it's going to have some PCA type vibes to it, you know, where like everyone's on vacation, having fun, living it up at the resort. I would love maybe when things open back up and we're traveling again, if somehow we ended up in South America at some point over the next few years and revisited some of these places. Because, man, a lot of these countries seem genuinely to be terrific fun. So hopefully we can get a little bit of that from the footage we're about to watch.
Yeah, so this event, we're still on Season 2 of the Latin American Poker Tour. We're still in 2009, and from the 18th to the 20th of March that year, the LAPT Punta del Este main event was played at the Mantra Resort and Casino in Uruguay. The buy-in for this event, $3,700, 327 entries, a prize pool of $1.1 million, with 36 players paid, and we are going to pick up the action with 64 players remaining. So we're not yet into the money. That means bubble coverage, ahoy. The winner is going to get more than $250,000 US, $283,580. So I'm looking forward to this because that was like just a final table, and some of the other events we covered, especially the Asia Pacific Poker Tour events we covered earlier on this season, were all just final tables. I like the fact that we're now following tournaments from the mid stages before the money hits. We get to see more players, and we get to know the players who do advance to the final 9.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get to see some more interesting, wacky plays that happen, you know, at pre-final table coverage, which is really fun too. You know, at the final table, we tend to see, you know, it's TV coverage, so it's highlights all around. But at the final table, we see bust outs. You know, we see all in pre-flop hands, and I kind of like the goofiness of some of the stuff that takes place long before that in these events.
Okay, let's continue our retro journey. A reminder that the poker may be old, but the commentary is new. Joe and I completely live and seeing this action from 2009 for the first time. And Alex Brenes is back for more. The reigning LAPT Player of the Year has made 3 final tables, looking to make his 4th. And is that Leonardo Emperador? I believe it is. So still in the early blind levels, 1,000, 2,000, and was that Jose Rosenkrantz there?
Jose Rosenkrantz is the most confusing name I've ever heard in my life.
So this is Faras versus Aragao. King, Queen versus 9s. Alex Brenes is out. Ten, 8, 8. Pretty good for 9s.
Calls.
Call. It's your turn card. The 3 of hearts.
All right, King, Queen. Maybe time to give up on this.
Yeah, turn hasn't changed anything.
Oh, I can tell that this is a playing the man situation.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. Good read. Worked.
Is that banging the table as in, yes, won the pot, or banging the table as in, I really wanted a call there from King Queen?
I think it's the former.
He's learning, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, we have got Leonardo Emperador, who we just saw finish 4th in our Mexican main event. Alex Brenes came 8th at that final table. And the 7th place finisher was Panamanian poker legend Bolivar Palacios.
There he is. One of my great regrets in life.
One, two. Kings.
One of my great regrets in life was not letting Bolivar take me out in Panama when we were there. Although I kind of also suspect that had I gone, that also would have been one of my great regrets in life.
Another finalist from the previous event, Pavel Naidenov, all in with Jack 4 against Philippe Iver's Ace Queen. Oh wow, has to fade so many cards.
How do you get the 4 there?
Club on the river, and Naidenov KO'd.
I guess he's good at winning Philippe's.
Ricardo Neto, another Brazilian player, on the short side with 15K. That's 15 big blinds. There is the current chip leader, Oliver Rowe from Canada, playing nearly 150K.
Ollie Rowe.
The outer tables, we do have an all-in. Sebastian Strata versus Mario Salvagno.
Sus cartas.
Ace Queen versus Ace 10.
One heart faded. Can he fade the rest? Nope.
And that is going to see Strata eliminated, and that is going to give Mario Salvagno the chip lead.
Estaba pelado, la parada la tengo perdida. La parada la tengo perdida, pero me tenía chance el color.
That was a great exit.
Bueno, gracias.
The
More than 100.
dude was already halfway to the door when the river was dealt. You got to admire that kind of confidence that you're going to lose.
So Salvagno has more than 150K. Alex Brenner's is short, 20K. Leonardo Emperador also not overly comfortable with 39K. And we're now at the 1,000, 2,000 blind level.
I wonder at what point Emperador became a last name and not just a title.
All in.
Alex. Alex is going to move all in.
So Brenner's all in with 10-9. Is this going to be
18,800.
raise and take it? I think it is.
I don't know. Why is he saying what his hand is? I can't think of any good reason for that to be happening.
It is a fold, and that's going to be blinds and antes for the short stacked Alex Brenners. One player who is not short stacked is Aniel Guillen. Mexican pro with 115K.
Wow, Aniel. About to become a dad in real life in the present day.
I was going to say, this is real life, Joe. It's just in the past. This isn't fictional. We didn't script it.
Yeah, but the past is also not real life.
Bolivar Palacios deciding whether to call Arrieta's all-in. Does, putting his opponent at risk. What have we got here? 10s versus 5s. Domination Nation in Panama's favor.
Or as I like to call it, when I have the 10s, a flip. Not even a diamond sweat.
Nope, has to be a 5. Close, but no cigar.
Hey, James. Saw47 on Twitch says, this is so confusing with the live commentary. It sounds too similar to their original commentary.
I distinctly don't remember recording any commentary for this event that I've never seen before.
I do remember recording this originally, but it was all in Spanish.
Also, how are we able to commentate without sounding like we're commentating? Thank you for your comment. We have got 10s for Alex Brenes, and he is all in.
Now this I like better than 10-9. You shove with 10-9, yikes if you get called.
Look at these grizzled veterans.
I know.
Oh, ace jack for Magno Arago. And we're off to the races.
Like the Lovely Bones versus Jennifer's Body, one of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
Venga. No as, ni jota.
No ass.
Gracias. Bueno, vamos a ver.
I don't think Latin America is a great place to be calling for no as.
All right, let's go ahead and see the flop. Flop comes down.
Now no DAs.
He's holding 2 blockers, nothing to worry about. Scratch that.
How dare you? How dare you, sir?
I've been listening to all these people tell me about blockers. How is this possible?
It's not possible. It's rigged.
That is the elimination of Alex Brenes in very unfortunate, incredibly unlucky fashion.
Taking it very well.
Ni modo. Es increíble. Max, increíble.
Luca Brazzi's loving it. Notable players remaining include Bolivar Palacios, Daniel Guillen, and Leonardo Emperador. We're down to 54. A reminder that 36 get paid, and here is an all-in.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, indeed. Are you going to call Ronald Prado shove?
Are you going to call the shove of Latin American Kyle Chandler?
What is this hat about?
I can smell that hat from the past.
Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose.
¿Estás contento?
Okay, we saw Mario Salvagno get fortunate earlier to take the chip lead. Hansen
Yes, we sure did.
looks stressed, perplexed, bets, gets snap called. Set of jacks for Salvagno. And I guess Johansson's mucking.
That's agreed right there, right? Like, set of jacks wasn't the nuts. Obviously, you're going to call, but right, just absolute snap call. No straight, no flush, not even top set. Boom. Opponent mucks. That is some confidence.
Hello, aces. Hernan Reyes. Raises. Yes, to be clear, Reyes raises. Oh, wow, it's Max Heinzelman.
Oh, that's cool.
Max in with ace jack. Max is a player we saw on the EPT. Came second to Ben Wolinovsky at EPT Berlin in 2011, and we discussed that tournament with Ben on the podcast and talked about the late Max Heinzelman and Ben's memories of him. So Emperador in as well with 9-10, and Emperador's flopped a straight draw. Heinzelman with a flush draw. Reyes ahead for now with aces.
This has the potential to have Blues Brothers levels of car crash here.
How much do you have left?
Heinzelman and Emperador both drawing to the nuts of some sort. Heinzelman's nuts nuttier. So there goes the straight draw. Fair enough. How do you fold aces, though, on such a draw-heavy board?
He's not folding aces. Oh. I'm retracting that. He probably won't fold aces.
I think what happens here is you think of all the ways that you can lose his hand, and then you call.
Did he fold?
He folded aces?
He folded aces.
Face up, folds aces.
Tenemos mucho tiempo.
I hate these, right? That's what. I hate this hand. Folds aces face up.
Mucho tiempo.
Mucho.
Well, okay then.
Not the time.
46 players remaining. That means we're 10 off the money. Ricardo Neto with the kings. Neto, the at-risk player, needs to fade an ace.
Vamos, vamos, reizinho. Vamos, reizinho. Vamos, 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 meu rei. Vamos.
And Neto doubles up with kings. Joe, I'm not sure if you're still keeping strategy tips on those post-it notes. I do think fold aces on the flop should definitely go on the list.
I have to have that confirmed. Is it crazy, like, this how beat up I am at poker right now? Like, I don't hate that fold, even against that exact hand. Like,
Johansson all in, Bolivar Palacios.
I mean, I've heard of kissing your chips goodbye. I've never heard of kissing them hello, so I'm not really sure. Yeah, okay, maybe not the best. What is this going to be, like a 4 big blind double up?
Yeah, super short stack for Johansson, which is why Palacios made the call with 10-4. And Johansson will double up.
Thank you.
I'm not sure how to say chip in a chair in Spanish, but let's keep our eyes on this Northern European. See if he can spin it up
on that deadly trophy. I mean, at the very least, it could take out both your kneecaps. Blinds 1,200, 2,400. What have we got here? Alex de Arua Barrena. Amazed that fits on the graphic. King Jack, he's raised.
Wow.
6,000.
I'm just going to call him Alex.
If we actually did commentary over this, I would say de Aruba Barrena as many times as I could. I probably should have just done it instead of saying what I would do, but.
Well, Max has called with 5-4 of strawberries.
I mean, Heinzelman gets aces to fold. He's pretty much unstoppable, I think.
Well,
Let's see if he can get a pair of
effectively
jacks to fold.
The same situation, right? Flush draw against a pair, top pair in this case, rather than overpair to the board.
I mean, if anything, getting top pair should be easier. To fold should be easier here.
Yeah.
Call.
But I don't think he's going to play it the same way with the
No.
5-high flush draw versus the nut draw.
I think he's just called. So we get the 7 of spades on the turn.
So pair of jacks still good for De Aruba Barrena,
who makes a splashy double-fisted bet on the turn.
I'm all in.
Heinzelman moves all in.
I call.
And Alex is going to call. Heinzelman needs a half.
Yes.
Doesn't hit. And Max Heinzelman is eliminated, and we do have a new chip leader in this LAPT Punta del Este main event from March 2009.
It's nice to see Max for a second.
Yeah. What's the chip leader's name, Joe?
Alex De Aruba Barrena.
Mario Salvagno is not that far behind. Ricardo Neto, on the other hand, way behind. One of the short stacks. Leonardo Emperador also pretty short. Ace 3.
750.
And that is going to be a raise from Ricardo Neto, who's clearly just been moved to the feature table. Queen 10 for Mario Salvagno. Actually, is this a change in feature table? Is that what's happened here?
Yeah, he wasn't on there before, unless. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a new feature table. Clearly there was a commercial break and they changed things up. Well, this is looking pretty good for the ace 3.
All in.
Neto decides to move all in.
No.
No, says Salvagno.
Strong fold there. Strong fold there when you don't even hit your color.
Directamente para no sufrir.
All right, we've got Aniel Guillen. Looks like probably calling a short shove here from 6-3 of clubs.
No la puedo perder esta mano, vamos. Vamos, flaquito. Chiquititas.
King, queen. Still doing well despite missing this flop, believe it or not.
Bueno, te lo doy, lo concedo. Ay, ay, ay. Bueno, ahora sí. Un 6.
And Pano needs to hit
Correcto. Un 10 o un 6, dale. O el 3.
6
O el 3 de
for
diamante que
Trey
dijiste vos.
on the river.
¿Cómo que no sirve? Par doble. Espera, despacito.
I like his optimism. He's like, nope, right there. That's where my card's going to go. Genuinely seems surprised that it wasn't a 6 or a 3.
Fíjate cómo me hace cerrar el pozo a mí.
I believe Aniel eventually went on to become a team pro from Mexico.
I believe you are correct.
Yeah, maybe as a result of this performance. Have to see how deep he goes.
The row from Canada, still a decent stack. And there is Bolivar Palacios.
Bananada.
Race.
I just like Palacios' whole vibe.
Yeah.
It's like really difficult to come across confident but kind at the same time, and I think he just does it really well. He's just a likable dude.
Gets a fold from Bonanata. Palacios shows 8 deuce offsuit.
Ah, había J ahí, había trío.
Joe, that was a bluff. That means Bonanata's going in the shark cage. Oh, apparently the wrong.
Oh, now you made me miss shark cage.
Wrong TV show. Sorry.
Vení, que están todos en contra, haciendo fuerza, vení.
Oh, it's all fun and frivolity over here.
La popular, acá atrás.
Es muy fácil hacer fuerza en contra del par de as, es muy fácil.
Y bueno, pero ¿viste? Vamos, Lizzy, viejo, nomás. Nada. No.
Spades are a factor.
Roja, vamos, fuerza, necesito fuerza, vamos. Roja.
Yes, this is why we watch the LAPT.
No puede ser.
Join the hand. There's someone doing calisthenics. Someone's kissing someone. Aces get cracked. Excessive celebration. Yes, more.
Go!
So back at the feature table, blinds currently 1,500, 3,000. And that is pocket jacks for Emperador Palpatine. And he is all in. And that is a call from Hernan Reyes. Calls the shove with ace deuce, but with an ace does have roughly 33% equity. And Emperador at risk, needs jacks to hold. Always an ace on the desk.
Le mandé Olin y pagó.
Top pair now with a pair of aces. Bernardo's looking for a jack at this point.
Okay, a spade on the turn gives Emperador additional outs, picks up the flush draw.
4 spades on the board. He's a jack or a spade. All right, let's see the river card, please. 7 of diamonds on the river.
We'll see Leonardo Emperador eliminated.
Pocket hacks.
We must be pretty close to the money now.
Yeah, it was like 10 away seemingly a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, I know play slows down the closer we get to the bubble, but even so, didn't quite catch sight of the turning clock there. We've got Bolivar Palacios playing 174K.
I mean, play slows down. This is TV.
Ah. We are actually 2 away from the bubble. Cesar Sanguinetti with queens eliminates Langner. And that means we are now 1 off the bubble, 2 off the money. Bonanata with 9s, Johansson with ace-king. 9s looking good on the flop and on the turn. And that is Johansson KO'd. And that will take us down to 37 players, Joe. Here we go on the bubble in this LAPT main event.
I gotta see what bubble is in Spanish.
Plenty of short stacks, including Ricardo Neto.
This is great. It's La Burbuja.
Love it.
Or El Burbujeo.
I am so excited to see Jose Rosenkrantz again. I don't think I've seen Jose play in, I want to say like 16 years. And Jose has opened with ace-8 of diamonds.
Jose Rosenkrantz and Alejandro Guildenstern.
Ricardo Neto just calling with 10s.
Well, if you're just calling with 10s, this is exactly the kind of board you are hoping to hit.
Yeah. 9-4
All in.
deuce, and doesn't give his opponent a chance to continue or bluff at this. Moves all in with 10s.
Ernest.
And gets a fold.
I feel like having Jose Rosenkrantz tap the table and tell me nice hand would be like a big achievement unlocked for me.
Oh, yeah. We've got a shove on one of the outer tables. Decision seems to be on Oliver Rowe, one of the big stacks. And Rowe makes the call with 6-3 against King Queen. Wow. Araujo must have been so short to have been called here by 6-3.
Yeah. Or not, you know, it's the LAPT, who knows?
Pair of 3s on the flop for Oliver Rowe.
La Burbuja.
Wow, another 3 on the river, and that is the bubble burst in this LAPT main event. Oliver Rowe retakes the chip lead, and the final 36 players in the room are all in the money. I just said that.
Burbujejo Niño.
Smiles, handshakes, thumbs up, fist bump. It's all kicking off in Uruguay. So they're into the money, and we will continue to follow this down to the final table and down to a winner this afternoon and this evening. We are covering the LAPT main event from Season 2 of the Latin American Poker Tour from Punta del Este in Uruguay. Joe, whenever we do a retro stream, we did the EPT last year, we've done the APPT and now the LAPT this year. It does make me nostalgic, not just for yesteryear, not just for old school poker, but for live poker. And we had this come up on Monday night as well during our Sunday Million / Scoop after party stream. When are we going to be doing live poker again? When are events going to come back? When are we going to start streaming again? And I say the same thing every time because I know the questions come up slowly but surely. And I know that there's a lot of excitement right now about the fact that as we see lockdown restrictions eased in the UK, the PokerStars live card room at the Hippodrome reopens this coming Monday. And they've already announced that they've got some events coming up. And that's great. Obviously being played with plexiglass, with masks and other protocols like dealers handling all of the equipment at the tables. But bear in mind, that's on a much smaller scale. If we look at something like this, if we look at the EPT, these are huge events which require people to travel internationally to play them. We are certainly not there yet. So we're at a point now where we're starting to see live poker come back of sorts, but as far as the open plan, full ring, multi-table tournaments with hundreds if not thousands of players, we are not there yet. And as soon as we are, I will be delighted, I will be excited. But guys, we're not in a rush. We shouldn't hurry this.
Yeah, you know, especially we shouldn't hurry. I don't think there's any need to be the person or the entity or the company saying like, hey, let's all gather thousands of us from all over the world indoors immediately, right?
Yeah.
I think that for an individual casino that, you know, the poker room or the Hippodrome or the tournament space, it holds a couple hundred people. Those people are very likely to be local, are very likely to have already been in the country, very likely to have already been in lockdown, very likely to have been vaccinated. You know, it's just mitigating sort of that risk factor. And I'll say this, guys, I don't say a lot of things with confidence, especially about the corporate world or whatever, but I can say that I'm pretty confident that when PokerStars does come back with full-on live events, it's going to be worth the wait. I think it'll totally be worth it. And I think that the last thing that anybody wants to do is to take a risk too early and have it be a complete disaster and have us, you know, regret is worse, I think, than waiting a little bit of extra time.
Of course. And this is a good point from Only Bets the Nuts. Having played live poker in the USA over the past 2.5 months, I'm not sure how the plexiglass and masks will go over in terms of a broadcast. And this is something else that came up on Monday night. And this is where I always have to issue that caveat. I am speaking as James Hartigan, an individual, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the company. Personally, I don't think that is a way to market the game. And let's be brutally honest, everything we make, TV shows, live streams, when we cover live poker, it is about growing the game. It's about marketing the brand. It's about showcasing poker. And I don't think covering an event with glass screens and face masks and gloves is going to do that. And that's another reason why I think we have to give this time and we have to wait to get back to the kind of poker that we're looking at today. And of course,
also speaking as an individual, not for PokerStars, the company, when we broadcast an event, is it about marketing me, Joe Stapleton? And if I am covering my face and I cannot be seen to the viewers out there in the world, that's not the best way to market me, myself, either.
The irony is there is so much truth in that statement. You think he's joking. He's not joking. But the one thing we cannot recapture is the spirit and style of play of 2009, and that's the year we are in today. And as we rejoin the action from Uruguay, here is where things stand. 35 players remaining now, so clearly we've lost the first player to cash. Chip average is around 94K, and it is still Oliver Rowe from Canada who has the chip lead with 176,000. I love the fact they still put that massive trophy on a bed of roses.
There he is. I'm hoping to see some more from Mario Salvagno here. I don't think we've seen the full Salvagno yet.
So blinds are 2,000, 4,000. Loving this guy. First time we've seen him play. Hope it's not the last. Sydney Bertocci, all in with ace-jack.
Hello, Sydney.
When Ripple Carry says, I want to lay you down on a bed of roses, James, is the implication there that Ripple Carry wants to kill me?
No, I think it's more, arguably more pleasant than that.
Okay.
Arguably less pleasant. All right. Pocket nueves for De Aruba Barrena.
And I guess we are off to the races. I guess we are flipping that coin.
And speaking of flips, like Lie to Me versus the United States of Terra, one of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
I'd completely forgotten that Lie to Me was a thing.
Bala.
La Jota que ven.
And that is the elimination of Sydney Bertocci, out in 35th place, cashing for $7,220.
Goodbye, Sydney.
Boa, vamos, Ricardo.
Alex has taken the chip lead, 211K. So just a few tables remaining now. Oliver Rowe from Canada is a big stack.
If she's not going to have her row, Oliver Rowe.
Daniel Guillen also going strong. Towers of chips. Hey, look, everyone, it's Bolivar Palacios.
Every time. Still funny. Still funny.
Romel Prado versus Alejandro Bonanata. Did Bonanata just flop a straight? That does not look like the face of a man who just flopped a straight. Oh, that's because that's the guy with the ace-queen who's now got outs.
No.
Oh, wow. Runner, full house.
When it's the third card of the flop, it's actually runner.
Opponent flops a straight and you catch running cards to make a boat.
Maravillas de la vida.
Y bueno, yo tenía para el flow también, ¿eh? No era poca cosa, ¿eh? Par más alto. ¿Eh? Voy ganando yo también, digo.
That's right, Tom. You never, ever see this online.
Never online.
Jose Rosenkrantz all in with Queen Jack. Hold on a second, I know that guy.
This guy?
All in. He was in the PSPC.
Hilario.
Yes, it's Oscar Hilario.
Lleva las cubes.
¡Vamos, Lisi, todavía! Inario viejo nomás.
Nice valete. Dá uma.
Somehow he was chattier during the LAPs, during the PSPC.
Con 4, en 3. That's right.
Rosenkrantz now has an open-ended straight draw.
Vamos, Hilario, todavía que estamos medio en como gato entre la leña. Un 4, cállese la boca. Bien. Vamos, Hilario.
There we go.
And Jose Rosenkrantz eliminated in 33rd place. Does cash though, a min cash of $7,220. Oscar Hilario from Argentina.
This is Hilario's origin story.
It's a prequel. I know how much you love prequels, Joe.
Necesitamos una romelesca acá.
Ganaba yo, vas a ver. Haz dama de trébol.
Suerte que es trébol, ¿eh?
Pocket jacks
El rey juega también.
versus King 10.
Vamos, vamos.
Now it looks like Robert De Niro mixed with Kyle Chandler.
Ah, quería. Bueno, ahora vas al rey, ¿eh? Ah, está jugando solo con el rey, ¿eh? ¡Rey, no va! ¡Vamos todavía! ¡Vamos! ¡Sin sorpresa!
Beware the early celebration. Prado.
¡Sin sorpresa! ¡Sin sorpresa! ¡Sin sorpresa! ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos, rey, todavía! ¡Romelesca! ¡Vamos todavía! ¡Vamos que respete! ¡Vamos arriba!
I love the round of applause. Well played, sir. Excellent hit on the turn.
You crushed it.
¡Vamos arriba! ¡Vamos!
Él me defendió, si no yo pagaba.
Ah, qué cosa.
Maravillas de la vida. Escalera del flow.
Back at the feature table. What's Luca Brazzi going to do?
Para que las vea. $10,600.
There's plenty of fishes around. I'm just not sure he's going to sleep with them.
Raising here with A5 of diamonds. Nice. Ace Jack here for Ricardo Neto.
¿Dos jugadores? Muy bien.
I wonder if 8-5 has some significance in Latin America because remember 8-5 played a big part in the last tournament we just watched.
I think cards just play a big part in Latin America.
¡Vamos, Hilario, viejo, nomás!
Wait, wouldn't the 7 do it here too? Come on, we've seen this twice already today.
No.
Tiene un par, ¿no? ¿Eh? Tiene un par.
Come on, this has got to happen.
Yo sí, par de
Can we
rey.
rabbit hunt this one time?
Acá, mira, la puedo ver en la tele. Bien, mira. Par de reyes.
I'm pretty sure that was you'll see it on television. I'm pretty sure that plays south of the border as well.
You'll see it on Telemundo.
Mira la cámara, vos.
Oh, it's all kicking off on one of the outer tables.
What's this all about?
Well,
nope. This is a bad beat story again. Oh, is that a penalty?
Alex Fitzgerald, it's Assassinato all in with Jack 8. And Alessandro Gallo is chilling out with his mates while Fitzgerald's fate is dealt.
That is supreme confidence. Big time eye roll energy from Assassinato. Just had his out slash with that club on the turn.
He's like, oh no, I'm good. I don't need to see it. He knew it. He knew it when he woke up this morning. He knew it when he stepped in the shower.
Asasa not in the tournament anymore.
Yeah, Fitzgerald, 32nd place finisher. Alessandro Gallo up over 150K. Wow, these players.
That was amazing. Just like, yeah, no, just go ahead, do the cards. I'm gonna talk to these other dealers here.
29 remaining, and this computer and electronics importer is the current chip leader.
fold, 3, 8.
Blinds 3,000, 6,000.
Race.
Pocket sixes. And King 10 for Hernan Reyes.
Alex of the Aruba Barrena.
King high flop. I'm laughing because I was thinking there's still a chance that Reyes folds this. Nope. To ensure he doesn't get blown off another big hand, he just decides to move all in.
Oh, is the Barrena asking for a count?
No. Oh, yes, he is.
I mean, yes, he's asking for a count. We never know if what the likelihood of a call is after asking for the count. Sometimes people just like to ask for the count because they can. It's just another thing to do that isn't folding. It's like when you're in a spelling bee and you ask them for the country of origin, even though you have no shot at getting it right.
I mean, one thing I will say, and we've commented on this in the past, the lack of chip information on the graphics in terms of stack sizes and bet sizes does make it hard to sometimes work out what the best decision of the players should be. Well, we have got Bonanata all in here with ace 3. And Ezekiel Villaret was way ahead until that ace on the turn. However, clubs are a factor. Beware the premature celebration, Bonanata. Okay, now you can celebrate.
Why? Why has the club never come there? King's constantly cracked.
Well, this is Mario Silvagno engaged in a pot with a player we know from the EPT and the PCA, Adolfo Veza, a high roller reg. Made a couple of high roller final tables on previous streams. And Veza is going to survive here with 8-6 versus ace-10.
I'll say this. Veza looks like an older gentleman here. Hilario looks like an older gentleman. When we see them 10, 11 years in the future, they don't look that much older.
Alberto Font with 9-7 of spades. Oliver Rowe with ace-king. And it's not looking good for Font.
Is some hope.
Nice. Alberto Font eliminated. 26th place finisher. Cashes for just over 9K.
The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
That will see Oliver Rowe retake the chip lead. $281,000. 21 remaining. 21 remaining. 25 remaining.
James, 21 remaining will be correct eventually.
That's true. At some point, there'll be 21 players in this. In post, guys, just move that line forward in the edit.
You were right, just slightly off on your timing.
I'm loving the Latin American Carl Chandler, Robert De Niro hybrid. I'm guessing we've got a new feature table lineup. Aniel Guillen now on the main stage. And raising here with King 10.
by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, Aniel really is just a absolute sweetheart. Arakaki, okay. Walter Arakaki.
42,500 más. Pago.
And I guess not enough fold equity to get Aniel to fold King 10.
Vamos. Vamos. Segura.
Ray doesn't change a whole lot. Aniel still leads a king or a 10.
Segura is like...
Hold. Yeah. No ace. I don't ace anymore.
Of heart.
Isso!
Arakaki survives.
Vamos!
Wow, it must be such a good feeling to survive an all-in.
Vamos, prédios.
To be able to walk over to your rail and high-five your friends. Ah, one day.
Sanguinetti all in with kings.
¿Qué va a salir en el flop?
Rowe with the decision with sevens.
This don't seem like a fold situation for the chip leader.
Oh, come on.
Siete.
Always coming siete.
Siempre siete.
And Cesar Sanguinetti eliminated in 25th place, cashing for $10,000. Oliver Rowe up to 320K. So Nathan raises the idea of us doing commentary on football. Hippie H says only if Joe can explain the offside rule. You know the offside rule, right, Joe? If the defense moves before the snap, 5-yard penalty?
Yeah, if they cross the line of scrimmage.
Exactly.
Either team can go offside, honestly, but yeah, that's one way.
Here comes Reyes, raising.
I got a bad look-alike for Reyes. He's got some strong Juan Guzman vibes coming off of him.
All in.
All in.
Oh.
All in.
Ronald Prado, all in with queens.
¿Tienes par? ¿Qué quieres que te diga, la verdad o la mentira? La verdad.
I mean, if you're going to fold aces
Tengo un par muy grande.
in that previous situation,
No quieres meterte en lío, tírala.
you're not calling off with fives here.
Yeah, so I don't like to get too deep into strategy in these things, but fives is a worse hand than aces.
Yeah, makes the lay down. I do think that's worth clarifying though, Joe, because when we do the ranking of hands, we just talk about two pair being better than a pair, but we don't actually clarify which pairs are better than each other.
Yeah, five's actually way worse than aces, like several rungs. Five worse than sixes and so on.
Yo de lo único que me enamoro es de las mujeres. De las cartas no me enamoro.
I can't believe this guy was nearly out like a half hour ago in this tournament. Blinds 3,000, 6,000. Action has been folded around the table to Aniel Guillen. And that is ace-5, the non-suited flavor. Carl Hevroy.
Oh, hey.
10.
So I have to say what
off.
What short stack is going to shove into him this time?
How much are you playing? About
150.
150 with that?
Probably, yeah.
How'd this guy get a 0 in his name?
Gonna call the re-raise from Hevroy because he's from Norway. More specifically, Bergen, just 20 years old.
That's cool.
Looks like we're going out to the field again. Well, it is Thiago Boita all in here with King 4, and it's the laid-back, chilled-out Lissandro Gallo who's ahead with jacks.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Gallo here just because he entertains TF out of me.
Oh, wow.
King in the window, Jack in the living room.
Boy, oh Boita. Thiago eliminated in 22nd place. So 21 players remain.
Got it.
I recorded it earlier. They put it in post.
Somos 2, 4, 6 acá. Jugadores. Porque si no las luces son grandes. Jugadores. Jugadores. Players.
So James, I know you know a tiny bit of Spanish. Do you know what Gallo
I
or
know
Gallo translates to in English?
Zero Spanish, Joe. I don't know why you think I know a little bit of Spanish. I know zero Spanish.
You knew siete was 7.
Numbers, yeah, okay. I can do numbers in Japanese. That doesn't mean I can speak Japanese.
So Gallo means rooster.
No.
Yeah.
That is so appropriate. From now on, that guy is the rooster.
You can't snuff the rooster.
Alex all in here with 7s, which have been running pretty hot today.
And by today, you mean this universe.
So tread carefully, Aniel Guillen. He's got the snowman's, num num. And ace king for Carl Hevroy.
Wow, the two memes. I got to give the slight advantage to the 7s.
I wonder if we'll even get to a flop. Hevroy has re-raised big with the ace king.
You have loose?
More blues?
Oh, there go the sevens.
Okay.
We're not used to people folding sevens, and we're especially not used to it on the LAPT, where it's by far the worst hand.
And eights fold as well. I told you we wouldn't get to the flop. And that is a not insignificant pot for Carl Hevroy. And that's going to give the Norwegian 195,000 chips.
All right, Senor Rooster.
Come on, the Rooster.
Let's go.
Oh, he folded.
Oh, cock-a-doodle don't.
Boom.
All right. Yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back.
Uh-oh.
Pago.
Luca Brazzi
Não, não é intervalo.
versus Ricardo Neto.
Tentar defender pouquinho. Tão ruim aqui, né?
Got 6-4 deuce flop.
Well, somebody smashed this. I'm guessing it's Aragao.
Não podia cair lá embaixo. Sem nada. Não, mas ele falou que ia feiura, ué.
Magno Aragao playing 75.5K.
Magno's a pretty dope name.
And now Ricardo Neto all in.
26 total. Yeah.
And that's a call
Posso estar dominado.
from Ron Wasil. A6 versus King 6. Domination Nation.
Okay.
King high flop. Domination. Rotation.
So sick. So sick.
Vai, bicudo, vamos, Ice.
That will see Ricardo Neto eliminated.
What was his netto profit?
It's a $10,000 payout on a buy-in of $3,700. You do the math.
I've definitely done the math, and I know the answer. I'm just not going to say it.
So now we're down to 20 players. Walter Arakaki with pocket fives.
A Presto. The speed limit. The Sammy Hagar.
And ace queen for Carl Hevroy.
Oh man, are we
I'm all in.
Oh, please flip with me.
Nicole. Here we go.
We are off to the races. Like Halo 3 versus Left 4 Dead 2, one of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
Cinco.
Ace, ace, jack.
Ele vem, ele vem.
Three on the turn. And Arakaki will need a 5 on the river to survive. Does not hit. Another KO. Walter bows out in 20th place, cashing for 10K. And I'm guessing that Carl Havroy is going to be up there with the chip leaders now. Certainly has more than 300K.
He's got to get back in time for the Eurovision Song Contest, though. Let's wrap this up quickly.
Ace Queen is like the nuts. Big blind versus small blind.
315,500 for Havroy. But it's Oliver Rowe who's still the chip leader with 352K. 19 players remaining. There is Oliver. And there's Bolivar Palacios.
Look, everybody, it's Bolivar Palacios.
Why don't you just push it?
Push it real good. That jacket is something.
I know, it looks like he should be
It's the
walking toward a
race. I'm not
boxing
following.
ring.
All right, we can go again. Ready to sit down, guys. We're going to play another hand, please.
Imagine trying to get a bunch of people in a Latin American poker tour event to sit down.
Hey, the Rooster's been sat down all day. He's chilling out, chatting to his mates.
Ay, Dios. Increíble, ¿no? Increíble.
Adele, let me in.
All in.
Reyes shoving with King 10.
You folded? Okay.
Jack 10 for Aniel Guillen.
Nah, dog.
Pocket sevens for Carl Havroy.
You know this kid's in a metal band.
Yeah, I'll bring another.
That's a pretty generic look for a 20-year-old Norwegian circa 2009.
So is being in a metal band.
Pierna de mujer.
A king and a 7. Second pair against a set, and Reyes drawing thin.
You just never come back from this. Yeah.
What a fish. Folds aces to get it in with King 10.
All right. True, but also folded aces on a really bad board for aces.
I was being sarcastic.
I mean, did fold the best hand.
So with Reyes out in 19th, that's going to take us down to the final two tables, down to 18 players. Carl Havroy now playing more than 372K. I believe he is the chip leader at this point in time in the LAPT Punta del Este main event. This is taking place on season 2 of the Latin American Poker Tour. It took place in Uruguay in March of 2009. And just to bring things back to the present for a second, Joe, I guess we should flag that just before we came on air today, we put out a new episode of the podcast. Tell everyone about it.
Yes, we sure did. Hold on. It wasn't Fint in Hand. Oh, it's a really fun one, actually. We did Poker Book Club.
Yeah.
We all read a book called Not the Only Way to Play It. what was it called? We Run Bad. It was called.
Please tell me this a bit. Please tell me you are not seriously forgetting what we discussed on a show that we recorded literally less than 24 hours ago.
Less than 24 hours ago, but also pre 8 a.m. 24 hours ago, and things just don't stick as well for me at that point of the day. However, we read a book called We Run Bad. We spoke to the author of that book named John Curry. John wrote an incredibly interesting book with some incredibly interesting characters, and he himself turned out to be a pretty interesting character.
Also,
in the 30-plus minutes we got a chance to talk to him yesterday. Definitely worth a listen. I can't recommend the book enough with one caveat. It is not a PC book, and I'm not like anti-PC culture. I'm just saying that this book, if you don't like sex and drugs and casual misogyny and casual racism, these are things that offend you personally for a fictional character to do, you will not like this book. If you're okay with fictional characters behaving this way, which I will say is not something I like to see in people in real life, but as a fictional character, I did find the book very, very interesting and colorful and never dull or boring. And the way poker is used in it is also a fairly realistic portrayal of certain types of poker, not the kind of poker that James and I usually cover, but poker that is out there. And as a result, I thought it was a very fun, engrossing read, and a short one too, not a huge commitment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a very good summary. Should also highlight the fact that John Delano, who is watching the stream today and is with us in the chat on Twitch, John appears as the super fan on this week's podcast, specifically answering questions about this book. And to highlight again, if you did read the book in the run-up to the podcast and you want to share your thoughts now that we've put out our episode with the author, hashtag PITE, Poker in the Ears. Please share your reviews, especially if you have a counter opinion, if you actually did have an issue with some of the things that Joe just highlighted there, specifically about this book. Yeah, so that podcast's available on all the usual platforms: Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, Stitcher, plus available to download directly from pokerstars.com/podcast and from the Poker in the Ears SoundCloud page. New episodes of Poker in the Ears every Thursday. Normally comes out just before we stream Retro. And talking of Retro, right now we are covering this LAPT main event from Uruguay in March of 2009. And as we return to the action, Joe, we have schlooged someone. I'm not sure who, because we ended the previous episode with 18 players. As we come back, 17 remain, and it is the Norwegian Hevroy, who is still the chip leader with a stack of more than 370,000.
Hevroy's going off the grid.
And Yelgian is still in.
He's taking Hevroy off the grid. That's what I meant to say.
Along with Oliver Rowe and Ron Waziel, who's from Justice, USA.
I think we've seen Ron once or twice, have we not?
19.5.
I have no recollection of him. Wouldn't it be amazing if you remembered this random player and I didn't?
I mean, I remember the Justice bit also. We're looking up Ron.
Philippe Ivar is in with threes. Ventura. This is Andre Ventura, not to be confused with Diego Ventura, has called with sixes. And it's ace king for Daniel Guillen.
He's only got 2 Hendon mob results.
Excuse me, sir. Do you have any more blues over there?
Yeah.
And one of them is this.
Please. Thank you. All right, I'm all in.
All in.
Daniel shoves. A lot of dead money out there.
Yeah, it's a good way to thin the field.
don't really think you have to take this long with sixes. And that will be a nice pot for Guillen.
Nice pot, nice spot.
So what's he playing now? 338,500.
So cool asking, has James and Joe seen this footage before and remembering some moments in commentary, or is this all new to them? This is all new to us.
Some of these players we know, though, like Adolfo Veza, who's all in with ace-queen, dominated by Carl Havroy's ace-king.
Havroy really just flying high here.
Good luck.
Yeah, I don't know. I get a feeling that Veza is someone I would like to stay on the good side of.
Veza likely to be drawing dead on the turn. Yeah.
Yep.
And out in 17th place, cashing for $12,760. Carl Havroy closing in on the 500K mark.
Nice hand, man.
I think I saw JCR Ricardo in the background there.
From New Mexico, Mexico?
Correct.
Valdemar Kogo.
Wake me up before you Kogo.
$30,000 raise, 30,000.
Philippe Ibars opened with ace-9. Pocket tens. And Aniel Guillen shoves on Philippe.
Another great hand to shove with. And in a great spot here, if he got called before, it would have been pure flip. This call on Yell, a sizable favorite.
Vamos lá. Pede ice, Feraz.
Oh, there is a 9 on the flop. Philippe looking to hit another 9 or an ace.
The 9's acceptable. You're like, okay, they hit their one thing. That's all they're going to connect with. Perfect.
Oh, it's a club. As the board gets crunchier, Philippe increases his equity to 32%. And that king on the river sees Philippe Ivor eliminated in 16th place. And I think, Joe, we have a new chip leader in this LAPT event from 2009. Cool. I think Aniel Guillen is now #1 on the leaderboard.
Fantastic.
Yeah, 540K. And if we fast forward a couple of hands, he's increased his stack to nearly 600K. Carl Havroy sitting in 2nd place.
Oliver Rouse, still a force, was #1 for the first 2 episodes. Now it's just only dropped to 3.
Oscar Hilario, the shortest stack, with just 38,000. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000.
Ventura. Oh boy.
Come on.
There he is.
All in.
Kogo goes all in.
Fold.
I mean, this is a snap fold with sixes when Kogo wakes up.
Yeah, he can't hear you because this actually happened like 12 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, I would have taken the over on queens for this particular situation.
¿Qué te parece?
Against this particular player.
Eu nem ver. Mais 100.
This guy's at the table folding anything Jackson below, trying to rack up player points.
Aparecendo na televisão aí, rapaz, tá louco?
Yes, Dankel, someone did fold a 6. We saw 10-6 folded.
Ace of clubs, diamonds, and 5 of spades. Keeping the lead on Waldemar. Another ace.
Well, Kogo is officially the at-risk player here, but only has to fade the case 6 on the river.
I don't think this room could handle a one-outer.
Kogo ain't going anywhere.
And Kogo's got so many more chips to fold his way to the next big pocket pair.
Andre Ventura, meanwhile, is in the hyper danger zone.
Do not go in there. Woo!
One big blind.
No paguen al pedo que esta vez le voy ganando. No. El que le quiere ganar a un pobre se enjeta. No.
Oh, we're not going to lose Oscar Hilario.
36.000 y jugado. Tenía 37 y puso uno ahí. El amigo no va a pagar, amigo. No pague, amigo, no pague. No pague, amigo, no pague.
Doesn't want to shake his hand.
Octavio Bernardini calls the all-in. Queen Jack, King Deuce. Well, Hilario's got it in with the best hand, but it's almost a flip.
Do you think Bernardini's a time traveler from 2022, and that's why he doesn't shake hands?
Yes. Segura. Vamos, segura.
No club on the turn, no wheel card on the turn.
Unless there's a king on the river, which there isn't. Instead, it's another queen. We are going to lose Oscar Hilario. Eliminated in 15th place. Nice hand, Bernard. Edie.
Dr. Octavio. Nah.
8-6. I might put. No, I won't.
Nah.
7-5.
Nah.
Let's Kogo. Ace-8.
Nah.
He's playing this.
Oh, wow, I was wrong.
A little bit stringy, buddy.
Are they going to let those last 2 chips fly?
I wish they hadn't.
Hungry fella?
Yours.
Well, we know that Ventura hardly has any chips, so this is a compulsory call for Kogo. And it is Domination Nation in Andre Ventura's favor.
If you're going to be dominated, this is the way to do it. Ventura very happy right now. It's harder to lose this hand than it is to win it.
Só 8, não pode ser de pau ainda.
Segura.
Tô vivo ainda. Agora.
But now it's easy to chop it.
Conhece Missão Impossível? Essa aí. Já foi.
Not a chop. Full double up for Ventura. But Coco seems okay with it.
Yes! Yes!
Coco's still happy. More or less.
Oh, wait a second. I just realized this is the guy from the clip, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's happy a lot. Oh, you guys are in for a real treat coming up.
Ah, the Rooster's all in.
Vamos, Lisi viejo, nomás.
The Rooster needs
No.
help.
Rey o Jota, vamos. Vamos, Lisi viejo, nomás. Rey. Ay, no, no.
Not happy with the turn card.
Vamos, la Jota. Jota, Jota. Vamos.
And not happy with the river card. The Rooster's neck has been snapped.
I guess you can kill the Rooster.
Sandro cashing for $15,500. He's our 14th place finisher. 13 remain.
Adios, Latino Larry Miller.
Suerte a todos. Suerte a todos. Bueno, mucha suerte.
I like him.
Suerte a todos.
I like him too. He was super chill during that all-in. That was awesome.
Thank you. Hammer was chilling out with his mates, like miles away from where the all-in was being dealt. I think was my favorite hand so far. Aniel Guillen still leads, by the way, close to 600K. Andre Ventura still short with 36,000. Bolivar Palacios. And Alejandro Bonanata in action against Carl Havroy. Heads up to the flop, which is King, King 3. Action goes check, check. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Bonanata checks again.
Friend.
Havroy is not going to check back a second time. 15 into 30.
A tower, huh?
Poco con las amistades.
Havroy's Tower of Power.
Era una parada de amigos, ¿sí? Vamos a ver que tenemos, ni me acuerdo, sí que eran 2 moscas.
And Havroy is going to show a king.
Friend. Yeah, I'm a friend.
King 6 here.
¿Qué tenía? El rey. Me estaba esperando el friend. I never bluff. I'm serious. Like,
Oh, I don't know about that.
Pero.
I'm going to hold you to it, though.
¿Qué tenía?
$5,000, $10,000 blind level. We are back at the feature table. Jack 4 of clubs, so that's going in the muck. Round to Ron Wasiel, who's got ace 10 of clubs. Ace-7 for Ramon Prado. Dirty Deeds observes a bit of a string bet there. Lol. We've seen a few of those. They seem to kind of be quite lenient when it comes to the rules in the LAPT. Meanwhile, Prado all in, and Wasil has called. Not looking good for Prado. A 7. And with aces and 7s, Prado now becomes near enough a 7-3 favorite. Nines, 10s. Well, that's a full house on the river for Ramon Prado, and he is going to double up again.
86.
Prado running hot in this event.
Vamos todavía. Vamos.
Muy bien. Romelesca la parada, están todos los libros.
Prado with 184,000. Still one of the shortest stacks in this event. And Oliver Rowe has got aces, the bullets, the boots, the rockets. And Rowe is raising. Round to Aniel Guillen. And now Mario Salvagno. And unfortunately for Mario, he's got ace-queen.
Sick cooler alert.
Yeah. Shoves, gets a call, and Mario in terrible shape. And there is an 88% chance that he will be 13th place finisher in this LAPT event from March 2009.
I think I have the nuts.
We'll see. That sort of cocky talk might do you wrong on the board.
Bueno, vamos a ver si no me salva el color. El color, vamos el color. Si no sale color, estoy pelado.
Well, it is a queen high flop.
Aces no longer the nuts, still the best hand.
Sí, lo único que me queda dos damas. La otra está pelada. Sí, es lo que ya me había parado para. Un 10, vamos, un 10, vamos, un 10, vamos, un 10, un 10, un 10 dama. 10 dama, revivimos. Q, una Q, cubo 10. Cubo 10.
Wow, a little bit less confident now.
And that is the end of Mario Salvagno, out in 13th place, cashing for just over $15,500. 12 players remaining, 2 tables of 6. Oliver Rowe, after eliminating Salvagno, will have a stack of 410,000. It is Aniel Guillen who's still chip leader though with 578,000. So Cool asks, what was the buy-in? This was a $3,700 main event. The venue is the Mantra Resort and Casino in Punta del Este in Uruguay.
All in.
Who the hell is this? Oh, it's Bernardini.
And Hervoy looks like he was just waiting to snap that off. Yep, Domination Nation.
No.
It's almost unfair, like Hervoy bringing the Northern European poker skill set to Latin America at this time.
10 and a queen.
Na última, vamos, Rabinho.
Na última. 10.
10.
No, 10 on the river. And that's the elimination of Bernardini. Octavio out in 12th with 18K.
I like these hugs a lot, guys. I'm not going to lie.
And Carl Hervoy has reclaimed the chip lead, 710,000 for the Norwegian.
And you have to call anyway.
I love it! Now I can smoke
yeah.
the cigar. That lethal-looking trophy will be presented to the winner. Imagine someone dropping that on your chest. Ooh. Andre Ventura is all in.
I'm just looking at a map right now, and Uruguay is pretty far south in South America too. More than halfway down the continent.
So yeah, this is a super short stack shove, and Kogo in the big blind pretty much has to call with any two. And he does call with 6-5. Live cards against Ventura's 9-8.
Not the first time these two have tangled.
Faz como você faz para ele. Vamos
A 9 and an 8.
No, no 7.
On the flop.
No 7.
7.
Kogo calling for a 7.
No 7.
It's Andre Latau's Latin American grandpa.
Hey.
Deve ser.
Oi.
Agora que vem o 7.
5.
Vamos, tio.
No 7 from heaven.
Viva você.
Double up for Ventura.
Muito obrigado.
Porra, Chico, eu não paguei, eu tinha dado.
Hervoy in command right now. Kogo and Palacios among the bigger stacks. Ventura still on life support with 65K.
Eu já esteve numa mesa final, que eu entrei na mesa final com meio big blind, só com el
we're
small.
like damn close to the
A
final
la hora
table.
de choco eu estava chip leader. Só em contra, Sorchi não pode ir. Vai para cá, vai para lá. Tem que ter peito, tem que ter aguante.
Ventura now with 10s.
All in.
Yep. Oh boy.
Jack.
Man, this is dicey. You know what though? Like you're second to act. It seems like a crazy fold, but I don't hate it. There's lots of players that act behind you.
Yeah.
Players that have you out chipped.
64.
Call.
Call.
All right, 2009 flip time again.
Segura, rapaz.
Like the release of Windows 7 versus the H1N1 pandemic, one of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
10 high flop, top set for Ventura.
Not jack.
Upset, but a straight draw to fade.
Not jack. Muito, muito, muito. Muito. Muito.
Jack still dangerous. Dangerous Jack, they call him. A deuce on the river, and Ventura doubles up again.
Ventura mounting quite the comeback. This would be pretty cool if he can manage to make the final table first of all, and then go beyond that.
Meanwhile, at the outer table, it is Hevroy versus Bonanata. A shot for Bonanata.
Just another person just completely getting their leg trapped in the Hervoy bear grip.
Of course he has aces.
Just that look on his face, like I didn't even need to know. I was like, he's just waiting to snap off and all in here.
Well, Bonanata was still smiling, and that was even before he caught a king on the flop.
Gives him more outs. He doesn't have to run anymore. 9 of spades.
It's not over yet.
King.
Bonanata rubbing his thighs for good fortune.
Ooh, a little reaction there to no card being dealt.
And no help on the river for Alejandro Bonanata, who becomes the 11th place finisher in this LAPT main event. He earns himself $18,000 as Carl Hevroy increases his chip lead. $875,000.
I mean, Hevroy is just an absolute force right now.
Yeah, so they play 9-handed final tables on the LAPT, so we are officially on the final table bubble. 2 tables of 5.
Poker's very cruel game of musical chairs.
Blinds are now 6,000, 12,000. Ace-3 the hand for Andre Ventura.
Ventura is still a player who is most at risk.
All in.
Oh, Aniel just attacking the open from the shortest stack. In this particular instance, Ventura ahead, but I think in general, this is going to be a pretty light/bad call.
Yeah.
I will say that Aniel's interest in the hand is a bit of a tell, just how fixed he was on what Ventura was going to do, but still, ace tray is going to be in such bad shape most of the time when someone shoves on you like that.
Ah, Ramel Prado all in. Decision on Carl Hevroy.
119. It's like 1, 2. Cuéntalo, dice.
Well, Hevroy isn't snapping this time. First time we've seen a real decision from this youngin in a while.
Hevroy is going to call the shove, and we'll see the cards. Ace-Jack for Prado. Hevroy made the call with Queen-Jack off. Domination Nation, and Prado a 3-1 favorite.
All right, well, I said that Hevroy could do no wrong, but it looks like he can do at least one wrong.
Me? Straight. Okay.
10-10 deuce on the flop. Ace high still good. Prado now an 84% favorite.
It's a great flop for Ace-Jack.
I thought it was 118.
It looks like Hevroy misunderstood how much the all-in was for.
So Prado just has to fade a queen on the river, and he will get the double up through the chip leader.
Queen.
The river card. Is a queen! A bad beat that will take us to the final table. That's why everyone's cheering. They've all made the final 9. At the expense of Ramel Prado.
I mean, we've all been there.
I get they're all happy, but spare a thought for Prado.
Yeah.
Who busts in 10th on the final table bubble. And we are down to 9 players. And look, Joe, I love it when people are excited to have made a final table. They get to come back for the final day of this event. They get to play for a first prize of nearly 300 grand. But it just feels, I just can't help. It's the little bit of empathy that I have in my soul. Can't help but feel for Prado in that spot, who has missed out, and in horrible fashion. What was he, 93% on the turn? And as you just said, Hevroy made a bad call pre, and is rewarded by that queen on the river.
Yeah, not only is it a bad call, you know, sometimes people make a bad call like on purpose, right? Where they're like, hey, you know, I just wanted to get this done. I'm running hot.
Yeah.
This was a bad call that he made sort of accidentally, at least the way Hevroy explained it, right? He's like, oh, I didn't think he had that many chips. That's even worse. That's even more devastating to know that, like, oh, in a different timeline, in a different universe where he actually knows how many chips they have, they just fold this hand. So that's really, really frustrating. All things considered, I think Prado took it really well. I think that at least in these settings where people are used to more celebrations and more passion coming from the room, it seems like the people on the receiving end of it don't take it as hard either, right? Like me in that situation, you would literally have to do a wellness check on me with all those people cheering, and it seems like Prado was a little bit better off than I would have been.
I think that's an excellent point, and you're right. It's par for the course in this part of the world, and we love it. We love the fact how invested these players are. We love the fact that they do let their emotions show. We love the passion, and we know, because we had that teaser clip go out on social media before the start of today's stream, we know there's more of that to come as we do reach the final table of this event. Just very quickly, before we move on with this event from Uruguay, a reminder that we will be carrying on with Season 2 of the LAPT next week. However, Joe, you won't be here. Finton Hand will be playing the role of Joe Stapleton. Stapes on holiday, and so Easy with Aces will get to relive some old school poker from 2009. Not sure what Finton's going to make of it, but hopefully it'll be another entertaining stream. Obviously, Joe, you are going to be with me on Tuesday night next week. Just to highlight once again, the Scoop After Party continues. That means no Sunday Million stream on Monday night. Instead, on Tuesday night, so Tuesday the 18th, Joe, Maria, and I will be showing you the final table of the 5K Scoop After Party Second Chance main event. Gonna have to come up with a shorter name for that one. It's the 5K. That's going to play down to a winner on Tuesday. We'll stream that. But right now, we have gone back in time to March 2009. This is the Punta del Este leg. This is the Uruguay event from Season 2 of the Latin American Poker Tour. And we have our final table. Let's get to it.
I'm glad we covered this from earlier stages. I'm feeling kind of attached to a lot of these people. Very excited to see who wins it.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck.
Buena suerte. Yeah, you learned me.
Capri Heavens asks, blinds? Yes, there are blinds. Thank you for your question.
I wish they put a graphic on the screen to tell you what the blinds were at the start of every hand.
It was 2009. I don't think they have the capability.
Ace-7 is the hand for Aniel Guillen.
I like the way Crazy Carl worded this. He says, Lynn Gilmartin's husband is playing.
Guillen has raised. And Andre Ventura has queens.
Ventura.
I mean, we talked earlier about how they don't seem to really enforce the rules the same way in this part of the world.
Yeah.
The string bet's kind of like, yeah, whatever. And here we've got Ventura with the Bluetooth headphones.
Right. Wow, Aniel makes the call. Now remember, Ventura was short, doubled up, Probably doesn't have a lot of chips right now.
They're not Bluetooth, of course not. It's 2009. They've got wires.
Yep, there's JCR Ricardo.
Dama. Good luck. Dama.
There is the queen.
Dude runs pretty hot in all-in situations.
Yeah.
Not that he needed the help in this hand, but it's pretty nice to see a queen and not an ace on the desk. Oh, no.
Wheel draw for Ventura.
No. Oh, wow.
Nice hand.
Nice answer.
Thanks.
I mean, normally when I say the crowd goes wild, I say it sarcastically. In this case, the crowd really did go wild.
I think there's a lot more where that came from.
Ace-7 again. This time for Bolivar Palacios. This ace-7 is of the strawberry flavor. Uh-oh, aces for Luca Brazzi.
Hurry.
All in.
I love the fact that
Aragawa all in.
Nonchalant look around me. What have I got to lose? I'm going to go for it before
Yeah.
he moves in with aces.
Yeah. Well, I guess this is it, guys.
Can I see how much you have about?
Como 100, déjame y te cuento.
Oh. The plot thickens.
Well, Aniel Guillen has folded. guess the action's going to be back on Palacios very soon. Just got the blinds to get through.
¿Tiene algo?
Yeah, shaking his head.
Igual lo voy a ver después. Son todas mis fichas son citadas.
Aí cabe a você avaliar o risco.
Sé que tienes un par.
I mean,
Você tem um par?
8-7
Você.
feels like a hand you
Você tem
don't even
par
really
de-
need to have a super strong read on your
valete.
opponent to be able to get it away
Valete?
from.
Eso es lo que yo pienso que tiene.
Valete seria um bom par.
Hã?
Valete seria um bom par.
Oh yeah, we remember that guy from LAPT, Chile.
I was wondering when they were going to bring up Fabio Jamil. Well, this guy's a member of the Renegados Moto Club.
So it looks like the action's been folded to Andre Ventura, who has Queen Jack suited.
Wonder where his stacks up to at this point. If he's still at the bottom. I know when you're running hot, you're winning all your all-ins, actions folded to you, late position, Queen Jack. It seems like an open. He's probably got enough chips that he can open now. Oh, man. Oliver Rao with the Cowboys.
Re-raise.
And Oliver is re-raising.
Looks like Palacios is a little short also. You know, you can sometimes talk yourself into this, that it's a late position raise. This is a small blind re-raise, right? From Rao and Palacios in the big. You can just get away from this. There's no reason to get like super crazy. There it is. Frustrating, right? Because you look down at sevens in the big blind. You don't have a ton of chips. You're like, okay, this is a hand I can get it in with, and now you have to get rid of it. But two good folds there. Frustrating in both cases, I'm sure. Frustrating for kings to get no action also, I bet. It's Wazio the shortest. Palacios next. Ventura still not in great shape either. Yeah, fewer than 10 bigs for all three of those guys. I like this tense calm before the storm right now. Nobody wants to be the first player out. When that happens, I bet the floodgates are gonna open as everybody else ladders up. Oh boy.
I mean, I kind of feel that we've been postponing the elimination of Andre Ventura for like 3 days.
I mean, the dude's hit his sets the last 2 times he's been all in with a pair. Some people just run good.
que ele tem, André?
Dama e valete.
Let's see if Ventura's finally met his Ray Finkel.
Valete, valete.
Yaz says Ventura this time out.
Running hearts would work.
Valete. Valete, por favor.
And there is a heart on the turn. Ventura's equity increases to 25%.
That's so many outs.
Any jack, any heart.
Yeah.
But it's a diamond on the river, and we do finally lose Andre Ventura. First player out from the final table, a 9th place finish worth just over $21,000.
Well, at least Andre won't be late for dinner.
That takes us down to 8.
Felicidades.
Oliver Rowe now playing 658,000. I think that's going to put him in 2nd place on the leaderboard. In fact, we just move forward a few hands. We'll see that he's got 628,000. Carl Hevroy still ahead with 1.3 million.
Wow.
Ron Wassiel, the short stack, with 71K. We are currently at the 8,000, 16,000 blind level.
I mean, that was a huge ladder up for Ron, who's got like, what is that, 5 big blinds?
Yeah.
4?
And Yelgian opening here with Queen Jack suited.
40.
Who's this dude?
Isn't that Alex to Aruba, that one?
Yeah, he just looks different.
Well, people have
Gussied
got to
himself up for the final table.
make a good impression for the FT, Joe. You're going to win an LAPT event. If you're going to stand there in the winner's circle attempting to lift the giant glass trophy, you've got to look your best.
For some people, their best is still not great.
Well, Oliver Rowe with ace jack here, and it's the straight draw for Gian. Rowe officially still ahead right now with ace high.
Wait, is this the donk lead?
Ooh.
I mean, it's a great opportunity for Aniel to raise. You really don't expect people who have smashed this board to lead at it. I'd be pretty tempted to raise with 2 overs and the straight draw, but Aniel just calls and drills it on the turn. So on the bright side of things, by just calling, Rowe may think that he can fire again and maybe get Aniel to fold.
Yeah.
But does take the more passive route. This is kind of why I like raising when people lead out in that spot, because you can get them to fold some of the better hands than yours, but that are weak. And if they call, you still, now you've got an even bigger pot when you make your straight on this turn. But Rowe just gives it up, so well done.
Still at the 8-16 blind level.
Nathan, a.k.a. Nate James, says, I want Hevroy and Rowe on the final table. What do you think? Can we promise that?
I can guarantee it.
All in.
Bolivar Palacios all in with ace-7.
And another great spot for Weisel.
Aldemar Kogo with ace-10. This is the hand. Kogo reshoves. And let's see if the rest of the table folds.
It looks like they are.
Vamos, 7. Vamos, 7.
No. 7, vamos, 7.
Vamos, 10. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Kogo is ahead with ace-10. Bolivar Palacios is rail, calling for the siete.
All right, just so we're clear, Palacios and Rail calling for 7, siete. Kogo calling for 10, the-ace. If this is 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
King, Trey, Deuce, ace-10 still leads. Palacios down to 17% equity. And now Kogo calling for the 7.
What? I mean.
And there's the 7!
I did it. Oh, now he's got to call for the 10 again. He's like, oh, why'd I do that? Why did he call? I mean, not that it matters, but why did he all of a sudden start? He just got wrapped up in the moment, started calling for the 7.
No 10 on the river, and that is a double up for Bolivar Palacios. And what a ridiculous hand. I mean, it has everything, Joe. It has the crowd calling for the 7. Years before the 7 became a meme. It has a guy calling for his opponent's outs and that card hitting. Plus it has the ridiculous over-celebration after it does finally come 7.
Plus it has, look everybody, it's Bolivar Palacios.
Who is still alive. Kogo now the short stack.
Just the mix of emotions you must feel calling for the 7. The 7 hits. And then you feel dumb that you called for the 7, but then you feel dumb that you even care that you called for anything because calling for something doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna look at my cards, like, but no matter what,
Okay,
I'll
so
call, of course.
more great news for Wazio.
Oh, it's like a double. Okay, yeah.
Ahora, media, 9.
9.
7, 7, 7, 7. 9, 9, 9, 9.
9, Meo. 9, 9.
You know what's the worst way to lose this hand, James?
Buena suerte.
To 10 high.
Oh, he's getting the jacket equity.
Yeah.
Just don't lose to 10 high.
That is
Hey,
6.
it's a 6.
10, 8 para me coger.
You can't lose to 10 high now.
Yeah. 6, 6 vai ficar vivíssimo. Olha. Ih, botamos vivo. Vambora, Duque.
Barry Greenstein would be a pretty brutal card here.
Duque.
It holds. Kogo doubles up.
É vivo. 5. Vamos a arreglar un poco.
I think he just got caught up in the moment. I think it was everyone else was calling for a 7, so he's like, I want to call for a 7 as well, not realizing that that was actually what his opponent needed to hit.
Got it.
Line's now 10,000, 20,000.
I keep mentioning how Ron Waziel is in these good spots to ladder up with people going all in, but they won't go broke.
Yeah, yeah. What on earth? Kogo now has 2 hats on.
I mean, look, the PokerStars talent scouts back in the day were not exactly the most discerning, right? So they were like, this kid's got it. Here, slap a hat on him. Let's talk deal when this is over.
300, 310, 320.
I was just on Yell asking for a chip count.
Uh-oh.
And looks like does not come in for the re-raise. Is going to slow play this. And has picked a tremendous choice of hand to do it against.
Well, fortunately for Palacios, he has whiffed.
80.
Yeah. And he's going to bet 80,000. I actually, look, you have ace king. I understand c-betting here. It's about a third. Yeah. I just don't think you're going to be in great shape when you get flatted. And this is the board, right? Like, I think flats are mostly going to be pocket pairs. They're not going to be aces that often. But I think there's going to be like a lot of like 6s, 7s, 8s. Yeah, good fold there from Palacios.
Cardejota estaba ganando.
It feels really weak to like check fold the 8 high boards. So
Yeah.
I understand continuation betting, but good lay down there. I want to know what's going on with Ron and his 4 big blinds.
After all this, it would be very disappointing if he got schlooged.
Oh, yeah, it would. Absolutely. I mean, but it's entirely possible. There he is. He's folding. All right, fair enough. We've had a Ron sighting. Oh, boy. We haven't had a lot of situations where Hervoy has been dominated. We saw one where he went a little crazy and called it all in with Queen Jack up against Ace Jack. At least now, just going to play the Ace 10 flat calling. Seems fine.
Doesn't connect with the flop. Ace Queen still ahead. Again, huge favorite. Checks it back. And with that queen on the turn, Hervoy is officially drawing dead.
Lock it up. Yeah, I think Hervoy trying to get to showdown here with Ace 10 seems perfectly reasonable. Don't think Guillen's going to let him do it.
So Guillen takes a chunk out of the chip leader's stack, but Carl Hervoy still with a significant advantage. And it is Valdemar Kogo who is the short stack right now with 53K. A reminder, we are at the 10,000, 20,000 blind level. I think he's almost got more hats than he's got chips.
Yeah, so it's a race to the bottom between Kogo and Waziel now. Looks like Waziel must have stolen late position kind of deal. Slightly higher stack than we saw before. Maybe doubled up and blinded back down. We just didn't get a chance to see it. But here we go. We're going to see some action from Ron now.
Yeah, Ace Queen. And
raises 60.
Raises
Oh.
for like 60% of his chips.
You got to leave yourself room to get away, James, in case there's like 4 people that go all in front of you. Or behind you, excuse me.
So when Luca Brazzi shoves on him, is he now going to fold?
Well, no, if it's just him, he can call.
Call.
I'm sure this was his was just more of a trap, really, James. All right. Like the Ford Raptor versus the Shake Weight. One of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
Well, Ron needs to win this flip to survive. And it's an ace-high flop.
Aces ahoy for Captain Ron. All right.
On the turn. Spades not a factor. Aragao needs a 5 on the river. Those two cards Ron has to fade and does fade, and Ron gets a double up.
And a handshake.
Waziel now playing 234,000. And that was most of Magno's stack.
Yeah.
He's going to be super short
big.
now. $26K's got even less than Kogo.
Oh, there's a Kogo at every table.
I don't know. I don't remember the last time I saw someone wearing 2 hats.
I don't mean at every, like, major tournament final table. I just mean, like, anytime you go into a casino, there's just always a Kogo there. The guy who, when he looks at his cards and jolts when the second card isn't the one he wants.
Daniel Guillen opening with 5-3. Oliver Rowe with King 9.
So Aniel trying to boss it a little bit. Rao with some present day defending ranges. But this is all Aniel.
Raise.
Raise.
Not sure how well this raise is going to work out. It's the right idea. You just don't expect Aniel's going to have this much equity in the hand. And this is a really great raise from Aniel because it's saying he's committed to this. There's no way to play back at it. Rao's just got to save some face right now.
Yeah. That will narrow the gap between Daniel Guillen and chip leader Carl Hadroy.
I mean, as it stands, you know, it's easy to make that play when you've got the holding Aniel does. What would have been more interesting is if he hadn't hit the flop as hard.
From New Mexico, Mexico, JC Avocado. Two hats Kogo.
Dos sombreros. Hang in there, Ron. Oh, okay. He's shoving on 2 really short stacks, right?
2 relatively short stacks, yeah. Both of our Palacios with around 100K and our Kogo with 60K. And I'm guessing that's a call from Kogo.
Tira mais aí, já tá bom. Tchau.
And Oliver with a queen of spades and 6 of clubs.
Vivo! Muerto.
Live, die.
I'm just going to say it. Double the hats, double the equity.
Hey agora. 5, hey. 5, hey.
Not too many cards to fade.
Yeah, vivo.
Yeah, indeed.
Vivo.
Kings and 5s with the ace. Kogo doubles up.
Todo.
The hat strategy
We haven't.
pays off.
Everyone's survived all-ins for like a solid 15 or 20 minutes now.
Yeah, we've just had the 1 elimination from the final table so far. We are still 8-handed. And these are the stacks. We've still got a few shorties. Queens for the shortest of all the stacks. Magno Aragao.
Aragaoing all in. I guess best case scenario is that you're only up against 1 opponent. Because with it all in this short, you could easily get multiple callers and have a lot more to dodge.
Que isso? Quando tá morto, aí se ri. Agora
Looks
vai
like
de dano.
Jack 10's interested. You want that to be the only one.
Jack 10 calls the shove.
I don't see.
And Hevroy has not looked at his hand, but is calling out of the big blind.
Uh-oh. You hate to see it when you're all in with queens here. I mean, you love to see it. You're going to triple up probably, but also you hate to see it.
10 high flop, top pair for row, but Aragao still ahead with the overpet. We assume. We don't know what Hevroy has. Oh, we're going to see his cards finally. Ace deuce.
Yeah.
Yep, queen still ahead. Queen still good.
Row's going to bet. Get rid of the ace deuce.
Okay, well, Aragao is a 4-1 favorite to double up through Oliver Rowe.
You get them in the right time.
Equity has increased. Has the straight draw now to go with the pair.
You're supposed to be blocking Jack 10 straights.
Nine on the river, and that is the straight, which will see Magno Aragao eliminated in 8th place, cashing for just over $26,500. Finally, another KO. Finally, down to 7.
I would want to play in this event just eventually get a hug from that guy. He looks like a great hugger. Look at that, the back of the head tap.
So we are officially halfway through the final table of the LAPT Punta del Este main event. This from Season 2 of the Latin American Poker Tour. March 2009, this final table played on the 20th day of March that year. And worth reminding everyone, Joe, what they are playing for at this final table. There were 327 entrants. Total prize pool of $1.1 million. As we saw earlier on, 36 got paid. We were watching this when the bubble burst. With 7 remaining, everyone's locked up $37,000. Up top, you got $155K for the runner-up, $283,580 for the winner. And it seems to me that this is a tale not just of the have and have-nots in terms of chips, but also the players with a lot of skill and the players with maybe not so much skill. And I would be very surprised if the final 3 didn't include at least 2 out of Hevroy, Guillen and Rowe, who seem to have dominated, who seem to have been crushing throughout this event.
Yeah, and what's interesting, right, is that at this point in real life, in real time, Latin America has caught up, right? Brazil has caught up. Brazil, there's not so much of a disparity anymore. And it's just kind of cool to see. We joke about it. We joke about how, at 2009, this part of the world, poker was still in its infancy. And I think it's okay to joke about because it was new there still. It's not like as if we're making fun of these people for being less intelligent. They just had less experience playing poker. And now when we flash forward to 2021, we see that some of the best players in the world are now coming out of Latin America. And I think it's just really cool to see poker in its infancy. We got the Northern European, we got the North American, and then we've got the one Latino player, Ángel Guillen, who seems to be head and shoulders above the rest. And guess who's still on the scene to this day? Yeah. Guess who still does very well as a professional poker player? Ángel Guillen. Really cool to see it in its infancy.
So it's the closing chapter of today's PokerStars Retro stream. The final 7 players competing for that trophy and a first prize of nearly $300,000. This Uruguay leg of the LAPT from March 2009. Let's close it out.
We've never done this before. Have you ever been at the final table?
And we had just a couple of eliminations in the last episode, so this is going to be a bang, bang, bang final table, I'm guessing. Yeah. Latter half of a final table. And now look at this. The players we're talking about as sort of being in a different league are now getting a little fruity with each other. 8-6 and 8-5.
My dear sir, don't get fruity.
A couple like 1 million more, Carl.
Ángel, once again, in there with a hand that's a lot of people would consider OOL and connects pretty well with it. And has luckily run into a hand that 8-6 is just absolutely crushing. Is Hevroy gonna fire again? And will it work? 2 burning questions. Pappy Van Winkle says Hevroy looks terrified here. He does not look super confident in this hand, I would agree.
It's probably because he has
Dirty
nothing.
Deeds for the gift sub. Yep, and is going to be pretty annoyed to see what hand is going to beat him at showdown.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Gracias. I don't know what to do if you fire.
The river?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about
Yeah.
shoving. But if it wouldn't have been a diamond, I might have shoved.
The blinds are gonna be 12 and 24,000.
I think there, I mean, I don't know the exact stack sizes. I think there are other options besides shoving, but typically if you want someone to fold out a marginal hand, all in will do it.
65.
Bolivar Palacios with the queens. Now, Alex has been relatively quiet at this final table, just been patiently waiting his time and has now picked up ace-king.
All in.
Yeah, relatively quiet's right. I keep forgetting he's here. Oh, no. Insane flip time.
It is the sickest and classicest of all races. Ace-king versus queens. Bolivar Palacios with the pair is at risk.
Like Boom Boom Pow by the Black Eyed Peas versus I Got a Feeling by the Black Eyed Peas. One of these two things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
Joe, that's a hidden domination. I've got a feeling is like aces against deuces.
No. No.
Looking good for a double up for Bolivar Palacios. Oh, the king on the river. And Palacios is eliminated. 7th place finisher. $37,740. And Joe, what about the laddering by players like Kogo?
Yes.
Ron Waziel's still alive, right?
Yeah, we've seen this story time and again from poker of this era. Laddering up seems to be relatively unconcerning for a lot of these players. Now, for the short stacks, we don't know, right? We don't know what they're folding. We don't know how tight they're playing. Maybe they are trying to ladder, but we've seen lots of bigger stacks get it in ahead of these smaller ones.
Pocket fours and Aniel Guillen is in action. Eight-seven for Ron Waziel. He folds the button. Oliver Rowe is in the small blind with 7-5 of hearts.
Este fuerte. All in.
And an all-in from Kogo, who hasn't even looked. And I guess has been called. And what a hand to shove with.
40 total.
I mean, it could be worse. You have an overcard with a 6.
Copa.
7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
Oh, wow, there's a 6 on the flop. I'm telling you, this 2 hats thing.
Hey, vivo!
It works.
Tommy 2 hats over here.
Só perde para 4. Não, 7. Vai empatar 7.
Don't call for a 7 again. You know I'm last time.
7, 7, 7,
7 empata. 7 e 4.
Kogo has to fade the 4 and does. 2 hats Kogo doubles up.
2 pair Kogo.
Vivo todavía. Wow.
Is that Oliver Rowe thinking, if I played the 7-5, I would have won that? Rowe currently 4th in chips. Hevroy in 2nd place. Aniel Guillen chip leader now with 1.2 million. After that big pot that he and Hevroy played at the start of this session.
Going.
Kogo all in. King Jack. He's looked this time.
Like, I just have such a terrible feeling now that he's all in with a good hand. Like, this is over for him.
No. You're underestimating the power of the 2 hats.
Yeah, he's in big trouble. This is gonna be it. Trash. That's what basura means.
Well, my money's on 2 hats.
My money's on basura.
There we go.
Okay. Oh, wait, though.
Oh, the 10?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Nah, I think you're right. No, I'm with you now, James. 10-5, as we say in my home game, is the hand that never wins.
Yeah.
2 hats Kogo. 2 hats Kogo.
2 hats Kogo.
Thank you. Agora tá mais forte.
Kogo heads up. That's what we all want to see, right?
Oh, hell yeah. 2 heads up.
Mine's still 12-24. And it's King 7 for Oliver Rowe.
Divine Live says the chairs that look like they're from a kitchen table are cracking me up. Yeah. It's definitely the most interesting chairs we've seen in a while.
Really?
Kogo all in again. This time it's Domination Nation, James. Can 2 hats Kogo overcome a severe statistical disadvantage?
No,
I thought it was crucial.
He's immortal.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I mean. Not
no, I know.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
It's
I know what you mean.
I just want to write down your post-it
We
notes,
don't
Joe.
party trade,
Where
man.
2 hats equals immortality.
I mean, it would be amazing if Kogo turned out to be like 300 or 400 years old. Not a lot of ways to chop this either at the moment.
No.
Not looking good. I think it might finally be time for Kogo to go-go.
We finally see the elimination of Two Hats Kogo out in 6th place for nearly $50,000. But what a great player to have on a final table.
He wears many hats.
So that takes us down to 5. More laddering from Ron Waziel.
Frickin' Ron. Get after it. Wasn't he the shortest stack at 9-handed?
I'm pretty sure he was.
I would love it if Ron was just like the first guy that figured out ICM. He's on the rail, he's talking, he's like, Hunter, all I have to do is not play any hands and just keep making more money.
Can we start a campaign, therefore, to rename ICM Waziel's Theorem?
Yeah.
It's another thing to add to our long catalogue of poker history. The invention of this strategy by a player called Ron Waziel in 2009, Waziel's Theorem, that the importance of laddering.
Don't even look at your cards. Just fold. Let everybody else do the work for you. Waziel's Theorem.
Hevroy versus Guillen, and it's top pair versus second pair.
All right, now this is the first time we've seen these two tangle with like a legitimate hand between the two of them. Again, Aniel's got the better of it. But this is a hand where Hevroy could get into some real trouble. It's the hardest he's hit a flop against Aniel. Not exactly a good card for Ace-Jack. Ooh, sneaky check back there from Aniel.
Oh, Jack on the river for trips.
That is exactly a good card for Ace-Jack.
That is a sizable bet.
When Aniel checks the turn so quickly, too, I think he's specifically trying to keep jacks in.
Help me out. Like 5, 6, 5.
5 more?
One thing working against Aniel is the jack on the river, all the draws missed.
Yeah, and Aniel called the river bet, pays it off, and that will see these two switch places on the leaderboard. Carl Hevroy has reclaimed the #1 spot.
Nice one.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hevroy now playing 1.24 million. Aniel Guillen, 834,000. Five-handed at the final table of LAPT Punta del Este. This event taking place in Uruguay in March 2009, season 2 of the Latin American Poker Tour.
These are some hefty blinds now. Good work, Ron. Way to work the theorem.
I mean, this is amazing. We are in the presence of the creation of Waziel's Theorem.
That's how ICM got named. As someone said to Ron, you see everybody else going in? And he went, yeah, I see him.
First three-way pot with a flop where no one's all in. I love it. It's about time. Well played, guys.
I mean, that makes sense for TV coverage, but if this is really the first one this far into a final table, that is something worth noting. Again, Aniel hitting this flop the hardest. Bro cut up last time.
Rowe has folded. And Hevroy folds as well. Hevroy still chip leader with 5 players remaining. An
Is there a
important
place I could maybe
guys,
learn?
you are not going to find out anything about Season 3 of the LAPT at PokerStars.net, nor can you qualify it right now because Season 3 was played out from 2009 to 2010. Late Reg definitely not open.
I don't know where Rose stack is at. Oh my goodness, I was gonna say, I might not be opening threes at this point with shorter stacks. Still waiting.
Yeah.
Especially with the big stack talented players to my left. But hey, if you're gonna flop a set of threes, what could possibly go wrong?
Bad news for Hevroy, who catches a king on the turn.
I mean, this is a board you really want to put in a big bet. There it is, over 200K it looks like. Your opponent's just going to have a piece of this so often.
I'm on.
Hopefully not.
Wow.
Hopefully not Queen 10.
Hevroy moves all in, shoves on Rowe. It is all in to call, but he's got a set of threes and is a 9-1 favorite.
Call.
Makes the call. Well, this is going to change the dynamic at the final table.
Yep. Hevroy is about to get stacked. Are those the two twins from G.I. Joe?
Tomax and Zamar.
Not over yet.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
God,
I knew
can't
Tomac.
believe
I couldn't think of the other one.
Retained that.
I mean, Rao does look like a G.I. Joe character also. They're probably on his rail.
Oh, no!
Oh, no is right. That is terrible.
That is the worst beat that Hevroy's put on someone since that poor guy bubbled the final table.
I was floating, man. I was so sick. I couldn't get rid
And Oliver Rowe has to make do with a 5th place finish, which is worth just shy of $60,000. Hevroy's going to have a ridiculous chip lead now, by the way. And Ron Waisiel has laddered again.
Oh, that's brutal.
I genuinely feel a little sick to my stomach over that.
Sure.
Either that or the entire pot of coffee I've had this morning. But I don't feel great.
Hevroy now has 1.6 million. He's got a 2-1 chip lead on the player who's in 2nd place.
I was
on the
so sure
leaderboard.
he was gonna win. I didn't even I just wanted to count it and give it to him, you know. My luck boxing was over, but I don't know. It's like
Ron. Look at Ron still hanging in there.
Wayseal's theorem.
He's got like what, 9 big blinds?
Well, just cling on, Ron. Could be another unnecessary, ridiculous clash between two of the big stacks. Well, Pappy, you're not just seeing a player with knowledge of ICM, you're seeing a player who created ICM.
Yeah.
Or, as it was known in 2009, Wayseal's theorem. And a jack high flop gives Hevroy top pair.
Finally, we're seeing Hevroy outflop Guillen. And an even better river card. And Guillen pretty handcuffed. Probably gonna, yeah. Yup, that's the way to do it though.
Yeah.
In the hands where your opponent outflops you, you just lose the minimum.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Okay, well, we joined this hand late, and this could be, Joe, the semi-schlugging of Ron Wayseal.
He may not have gotten a ton of screen time, but his theorem will live on forever.
I need a lot of luck, like a 9.
9 of clubs in the deck of spades.
Come on, Ron. It ain't over till it's over.
How about now, Ron?
Gives me an out.
Split.
So nice to be in this position against the short stack where you can say, yeah, chop's fine. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Nope. He managed to cling on. He managed to ladder, but Ron Wayseal will exit in 4th place, cashes for $82,160, and changed poker forever.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Wayseal's theorem led to a strategy we know today as ICM considerations.
I mean, he laddered up like $70,000, having 4 big blinds, I think, when he sat down at this table.
What a guy. So 3 players remain. Monster chip leader Carl Hevroy, Aniel Guillen, and Alex de Arroborena.
It's also a testament to how the coverage has changed, right? Because if that happened now, that would have been a thing in the show.
Oh, yeah.
But back then, we weren't really looking for stuff like that.
I would have expected a good, I'd say 20 to 30% of this final table show to be a VT about the creation and evolution of Wayseal's theorem.
Even better if it includes a montage of all of the like really strong hands he folded. Pocket 4s, fold. Ace jack off, fold.
Kings, fold.
Fold. 2 guys all in, fold the kings. Oh man, Hevroy and Guillen again. Guillen, the big statistical favorite again.
Yeah, this
All in.
is likely to be a domination situation if Hevroy makes the call with the worse ace.
call.
It's tough. It's tough, but I think ace-10 is a hand that modern-day player gets away from a little more often.
Yeah. So Guillen, huge favorite here. But how well has Hevroy won in all-in situations, especially where he's been dominated?
Pretty well, but not against Aniel, right? Like, this is the first time we've seen this matchup, and in all the previous collisions, save for one, Aniel has
If you look out on me, I'm
done
gonna
what
quit poker for
statistics were supposed to do.
Vamos. Jack in the window. Come on.
Danielle, don't call for outs when you're ahead, buddy. Ten on the flop.
Oh, you called it. You called it.
It is a gut shot, though, for Guillen.
If I was on Yell on that 10 hit, I would be like, get your hands off me.
I mean, we talk about laddering. This is a great spot for the short stack, who's about to go heads up.
Who is it, Ron?
No, it's Alex.
No.
Aniel Guillen eliminated in third place.
Susie, man, you just run. You can run good in every spot and run bad in one. That's it. Lights out. Unforgiving.
No, it's okay. That's poker, man.
Well, that third place finish is worth just shy of $100,000. And now they play for the big cash money as they go heads up. Both guaranteed 155K, 283K for the winner. And it's a very uneven heads up battle.
Yeah.
The vast majority of the chips
Congratulations.
are with the Norwegian.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ron was such a ladderer that we had to focus on him, but Alex de Araborena has done quite a job himself of just keeping his head down and keeping his profits up.
So these are the stacks. Hevroy, chip leader with 2.7 million, and Alex has got 537,000. The blinds are 15K, 30K.
I really felt like this was going to be Aniel and Hevroy heads up, and honestly, given that it was an LAPT event, I felt like this was kind of Aniel's tournament to win. So now that that's happened, now that that's not going to happen, I don't have high hopes for a comeback here for Alex.
Cool. Alex is going to call with Queen Jack. Hevroy's hand is 9-8 of hearts. Checks his option. Let's have a flop.
I mean, I feel like Queen Jack might even just be an open shove given the chip discrepancy, but...
Oh, come on. How golden is this guy running? Full house for Hevroy. No good gut shot for Alex.
The only way this gets better for Hevroy is the 10 on the turn. I mean, I think you absolutely have to just call here.
Alex betting 70,000. And Carl Hevroy looking pained, but...
You can make a small raise, I think.
No, it just calls.
Yeah,
just
that's totally
a call.
fine.
For Alex's sake, I really hope he breaks the turn. He does.
Now, for Alex's sake, I hope he gives up on breaking this turn and doesn't take the very reasonable expectation that Hevroy can't have a 9 or an 8 here.
Alex has just bet half his stack. Hevroy thinks he's committed to shoves on him. And even though Alex has committed 50% of his chips, wow, he does call it off with queen high and a no good gut shot, and it's over.
Game over.
Calls all in and is out. One hand of heads up is all it took, and we have our winner. And that player is 20-year-old Carl Hevroy from Norway, a Latin American Poker Tour champion, taking down LAPT Punta del Este from March 2009 for $283,580. Alex, the runner-up, for $155K.
Hevroy just figuring out that all you got to do is fly halfway across the world, all the way to another hemisphere, about as far from Norway as you can get, and just clean up and own souls in Latin America.
Wow, got to lift that ridiculous glass trophy and got a giant comedy check from Umberto Brennitz to boot. I don't know, Joe, I kind of feel that on the one hand, maybe you feel you've committed yourself when you bet half your stack on the turn, but when you get shoved on, there is an opportunity to at least rethink it. And I don't know, maybe in the edit they took out some of the thinking time because it seemed like a snap call to me. But wow, hell of a way to end what was a hell of a tournament. So many great hands you could clip out of that. So many great moments that I'm amazed we haven't seen before.
Yeah, and to just to revisit that last hand, like how many tournaments, James, have we seen where someone makes a call on a turn for their tournament life and they're drawing dead?
Yeah.
Not a lot.
I'd struggle to think of another one, to be honest with you. So that draws to an end the two events we covered today, the Mexico final table that was actually played in Uruguay and the Uruguay final table that was played in Uruguay. So there's more action from Season 2. I think it's rounding off Season 2 of the LAPT next week. But as I mentioned, Joe's not going to be here for that one because you're actually flying down to that part of the world, I believe.
I will be in LA, as in Latin America. Yes, I will be in the country of New Mexico, Mexico next week during EPT Retro.
Fantastic. So a reminder, there is another edition of PokerStars Retro next Thursday with Finton Hand playing the role of Joe Stapleton. That will be here at 3 p.m. UK time, 4 p.m. Central European time on Thursday. But before that, and Joe will be here for this one, the final table of the 5K Scoop After Party Second Chance main event. A 5K final table will be streamed live at 6:30 p.m. UK time, 7:30 Central European time on Tuesday. So make sure you're here for that one. Maria Ho's going to be with us as well. I think that's going to be fun, Joe. I know we streamed a lot of 5Ks during Scoop, but they always deliver pretty solid poker.
And it's been forever since we've done one, right? When we're used to doing them back to back to back, having a whole 2 weeks off from one, it feels like, okay, like some of the novelties back. It doesn't ever get old watching people win like $150, $180, $250,000 in the course of a days of online poker work. So I'm into it. I'm back on board.
So that stream on Tuesday, Retro next Thursday. Thank you for watching today. From Joe Stapleton and me, James Hartigan. It's goodbye.